They say the warp corrupts all things eventually, even silence. But sometimes the horror doesn't come screaming. It whispers, beneath vox noise, between command channels, from places we've already declared dead. Hive-Shrike 4 was one of those places, declared lost, quarantined by Segmentum Tempestus after the Rot Line incident. Population, gone. Atmosphere, unstable. Faith, collapsed. And yet, 7 days ago, I received a Vox transmission from Hive-Shrike 4. The signal came through on an encrypted channel, one I didn't recognize. It wasn't Imperial or Mechanicus or anything sanctioned. Older, colder, encoded in something that resisted definition. Not binary, not low Gothic, not any known dialect of the machine cult. Just 2 words, repeated every 11 seconds. Come witness, come witness, come witness. At first I assumed it was noise, some corrupted loop, maybe a relic of an abandoned relay station. But the signal was clean, real-time, stable. It wasn't bouncing off old satellites. It wasn't drifting. It was alive. We traced it, expecting corrupted cogitators, dead metal dreaming in the dark. Instead, we found a location, a broadcast hub beneath Hive-Shrike's crust, 20 levels below the lowest known sub-hive. A Vox array not found on any Imperial schematic for the past 3 centuries. Its designation had been wiped. Only one fragment remained in the data tag. Void Singer. I forwarded the report to my Ordo handler. Expected the usual response. Data quarantine, memory purge, psychic screening. Instead, I received new orders. 1 line, unencrypted. If the cult is broadcasting, it means it's already spread. You are authorized. No team, no backup, no protocol, just authorization. That should have been the end of it. But the message changed. It no longer repeated, "Come witness." It began addressing me. By name, by designation. Then by things no one should have known. Sarin Vel. You left the door open. We remember. Come witness what you forgot. I froze. That wasn't a call. It was a judgment. And worse, it felt familiar. Something turned inside my skull. A shape, a memory, a cathedral without lights, a choir that breathed instead of sang, a book made of melted mouths, and behind it all, a pressure, like falling backward through your own birth. I told myself it was just warp residue, exposure trauma, a false association. But deep down I knew. This wasn't the first time I'd heard that voice. Hive-Shrike 4 was supposed to be silent, dead, sealed. But it speaks, and now I have to answer. Because the only question left isn't what sent the transmission. It's who I was before it did. From orbit, Hive-Shrike looked like a scar across the planet's surface, a wound that had never healed. The upper hive was shattered, its spires collapsed inwards like teeth punched through a throat. No atmospheric bloom, no city light signature, no broadcast ping from any known district. Just silence. And below that silence, the Vox tower still transmitted. Come witness. I landed at Dock 17, a forgotten pad attached to an administrative tier that no longer registered on standard Auspex. The landing struts sank 1/2 meter into soot and ash. No one had touched this place in decades, or so I thought. The hangar was intact, too intact. Support beams weren't corroded. Blast doors looked sealed only days ago. The moisture in the air felt wrong, not decayed, maintained. The Auspex reading said the ambient temperature was stable, consistent across all levels, internal pressure nominal, power signatures none, and yet the air recyclers were still humming. I stepped off the lander with 3 acolytes, all wore rebreathers, not because the air was toxic, because it wasn't. That was the problem. There was no reason for Hive-Shrike to be breathable. We moved cautiously, no welcome, no resistance, no signs of violence. The walls were stained with corrosion and impact scarring, but not random. Every burn mark was placed, almost patterned. Whole corridors bent at angles too clean to be accidental. And then came the echoes, not of movement, not of sound, Echoes of absence. My boots made no noise against the ground. Neither did the servitor drone behind us. Audio pickups confirmed it. The sound simply wasn't being generated. Even silence, it seemed, had been stripped away. I ordered a security sweep of the lower processing tier. Acolyte Bren reported something strange within 5 minutes. A shrine, but not to the Emperor, not even to Chaos. We found it just past a collapsed lift shaft, a wide hall sealed behind a rusted bulkhead that opened on its own as we approached. Inside, the walls were painted in grey, not pigmented. Grey as in concept, blank, unreality smeared like oil. There were no icons, no words, no devotional text, only the phrase, etched once, over the altar. The first was thought, the last shall be none. One of the acolytes asked if it was heretical, another asked if it was even language. I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure it had been written for us to read. We pushed deeper into the hive's lower structure. Normally, descending through a hive is a slow death. Temperatures rise, pressure warps, radiation bleeds from reactor rot. Even sealed suits decay over time. Air becomes metal, light becomes pain. But Hive Shrike's descent felt intentional. No decay, no pressure drop, no temperature flux. Every corridor was the same 20 degrees. Every lumen strip flickered at the same rhythm. Every sealed hatch opened before we touched it. We didn't breach this place. It welcomed us. Acolyte Bren kept marking our path with auto spray, coded ink that should have stayed visible for 72 hours. It vanished in under 10 minutes, not erased, unwritten. We tried to leave another marker, physical this time, a servo skull detached from the main team, programmed to hover and transmit. We rounded a corner, doubled back 30 seconds later, and found the skull hovering inside the wall, embedded, half swallowed by steel that hadn't been melted or torn. Just open and closed again. I called for Auspex verification of life signs. There were none. No vermin, no corpse gas, not even microbial growth. The hive wasn't empty, it was sterile. Hive Shrike hadn't been abandoned. It had been cleaned, and then we found the first human. She was seated on a bench inside an old transit bay. Wrinkled robes, eyes closed, a data slate on her lap. No wounds, no signs of trauma, but she wasn't breathing. We approached carefully. The Auspex read nothing, no biosignature, no energy. Dead for weeks, maybe months, but she was warm, and her hands were still twitching. Bren checked her pulse, then flinched, because the moment his fingers touched her wrist, her eyes opened, and there was nothing inside. No iris, no pupil, no color, just the matte gray of the walls. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, we heard it again, echoing through the corridor. Come witness. But her lips didn't move. She wasn't the source. She was the antenna. We moved quickly after that, left the woman, if she could still be called that. Where we found her, there were no answers in her eyes, only imitation. A shape designed to mimic humanity, but with the depth scraped clean. Bren asked if she was a servitor. She wasn't. No neural plugs, no machinery, no scars. Just a perfect replica of a corpse that hadn't learned how to rot. The next chamber was larger, an old transit nexus, once used for mid-hive freight and population overflow. We found traces of habitation, not camps, not nests, rituals, chalk lines drawn in negative shapes, circles where none of the team could agree if they were convex or concave. Ash laid out in spirals, then reversed halfway through, and bones. So many bones, arranged, not scattered, not a single one broken, no blood, no decay. The skulls had no eye sockets, not gouged, not damaged, just smooth where orbits should have been. And above them, carved into the walls, not written but flayed into the metal itself, were shapes we could barely perceive, not runes, not language, not chaos. That's what disturbed us most. They bore no mark of the dark gods, no 8-pointed star, no sigil of Nurgle or blood glyphs of Khorne, no pleasure sigils, no architectural madness, just shapes, perfect, empty geometry, lines that didn't connect, angles that weren't possible. We captured the pattern and fed it into a portable cogitator for analysis. The machine refused, not couldn't, refused. It deleted the input on its own. The message was clear. This wasn't a cult that worshipped chaos. This was something else, something that didn't want worship, only subtraction. The silence changed after we found the bones. Before it had been passive, dead silence, waiting silence. Now it felt aware. Every step echoed longer than it should. Every breath from the rebreathers seemed louder, drawn out. We weren't alone, not because we saw movement, but because the air felt like it was listening. Hiveshrike had swallowed cities. Millions once lived here, stacked floor upon floor in towers that rose into smog and sank into soot. But now, the deeper we went, the more it felt like the hive had become a single organism. The walls breathed, not with sound, but with rhythm. We descended into level 43C, an old administrative district filled with collapsed data vaults and shattered supply depots. Scans showed no power, yet the lumen strips glowed, dimly, softly, as if embarrassed. We found him there, sitting against the wall beside a broken lift car. Thin, naked, eyes closed. A man. Human, or something that wanted us to think so. He wasn't restrained. No visible injuries. Pale skin stretched tight over bone, breathing slow but steady, and he was smiling. Acolyte Malin raised his last pistol. I told him to lower it. The man didn't move, didn't speak, didn't open his eyes. He just smiled, like we'd arrived late to something sacred. I approached carefully, Auspex humming against my wrist. No identifiers, no Vox chip, no augmentic signature, no residual data at all. He might as well have never existed. "Who are you?" I asked. The smile twitched, not wider, just sharper. Then he spoke, but not with words, not really. The sound came out in perfect monotone, a single pitch modulated into language. No breath, no hesitation. A sentence unrolled like a ritual already memorized. "You came, just like the others, just like the first, just like the echo." His eyes opened. They were grey, but not blind, just unfinished, like the iris hadn't decided what it wanted to be yet. He looked past me, through me, into something deeper. I repeated the question, "Who are you?" He tilted his head, as if that was the wrong question. The end doesn't need a name, only a witness. Acolyte Bren stepped forward, activating his Auspex again. The readings flickered, then cut off entirely. "No data," he said. "It's like the signal folds around him." The man spoke again. "You're not supposed to see me, not yet. But the order is breaking. The ritual's loop has cracked." "Are you part of the cult?" I asked. He nodded, then shook his head, then nodded again. "Are you their prisoner?" "Prisoner, prophet, place marker. I keep the door ajar." "What door?" He smiled wider. The skin around his lips began to crack. Slowly, but no blood came out. "The one you opened, Sarin Vel." I didn't flinch, but I should have. I never. "You did." The voice was wrong now. Still his mouth, still his throat. But the voice belonged to someone else. Someone who knew me better than I did. He spoke again. Permission granted, witness restored, thread reattached. His smile dropped, and he screamed. Not in pain, in frequency. The sound warped the hallway, lights flickering, metal groaning, teeth vibrating in our skulls. I raised my bolt pistol and fired. The round struck his chest. He didn't move. No blood, no impact wound, just a noise like paper folding in water. He stood up, skin hanging like draped fabric. His eyes no longer had color, just depth, endless, inverted depth. And then he collapsed. No sound, no weight. Like gravity had forgotten about him. What hit the ground was no longer a body, just robes. Robes that hadn't been there before. Black, threadless, seamless, a single circle stitched across the chest. Not ink, not thread, just absence. A perfect hole in space. Acolyte Malen reached for the fabric. I told him to stop. He didn't listen. His hand touched the robe. He screamed. Then he fell backward, vomiting blood across the floor. His arm had aged 50 years in a second. Skin sagged, bone twisted, nails grayed and split. Bren pulled him back, injecting stabilizers. Marlon's mouth kept moving, but no sound came out. His voice had been taken, not silenced. Stolen. I approached the robe. No heat signature, no warp trace, just unbeing. I scanned the circle with the Auspex. The machine turned off. No flicker, no power down. It simply stopped being a machine. The cogitator inside no longer was. I looked down the corridor where the captive had been. There was no sign he had ever been there. Not prints, not heat, not displacement. Just another anomaly. Another subtraction. The circle on the robe remained perfect, still, waiting. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I already understood. This wasn't a cult that captured people. This was a cult that removed them from time, from record, from memory, not to convert, not to control, not even to kill. They weren't worshipping chaos. They were worshipping the opposite of being, and whatever waited at the center of their temple wasn't a god. It was the shape left behind when the last god dies. The captive was gone, and we told ourselves we were glad. It was easier to believe he'd vanished, bled away into the cracks of a broken city. Easier to write it down as warp corruption, exposure trauma, psychic bleed from whatever foul temple waited beneath our feet. But none of us truly believed it. Not after what he said, not after what we saw. Acolyte Malen hadn't spoken since. His vocal cords were intact, his brain scans clear, but something deeper was missing, something that had nothing to do with biology. He tried to write once. He drew a circle, over and over, dozens of them, all wrong. Each one twisted just slightly out of shape, as if the curve fought back. When Bren asked what he was trying to say, Malen just looked up at him with eyes that didn't know how to be human anymore. We left him in the safe room near the surface with a sedated servitor for monitoring. I knew it wasn't safe. Not really, but I didn't have a choice. If we stopped moving now, whatever was beneath us would reach us before we reached it. The only defense was forward motion. Hive Shrike's interior changed the deeper we descended. Not physically, not all at once, but slowly, subtly. Corridors began curving when they should have stayed straight. Angles leaned just off-center. Doors no longer sealed the same way twice. We passed a stairwell labeled Tier 51. 10 steps down, we reached Tier 53. There was no 52. I sent a servitor back to map the deviation. It didn't return. Its signal faded after exactly 1 minute and 11 seconds, the same interval as the original Vox broadcast. Bren said nothing. He just kept his weapon raised and his helmet lights off. I didn't ask why. I already knew the answer. We weren't supposed to be able to see what was here, and whatever lived here wasn't designed to be seen either. The shrine came next. It was the first structure we encountered that wasn't part of the Hive's original architecture, an annex carved out of collapsed manufactorum debris, hidden behind a partially collapsed freight shaft. Auspex scans didn't register it. Visuals did. We had to crawl through a pipe, choked with soot and bone fragments to reach it. Inside, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. The rebreathers began to hiss louder, like they were struggling to filter something that didn't want to be filtered. The shrine had no altar, no idol, no sacred book, just a floor covered in ash and a single humanoid figure kneeling at the center. Acolyte Eren raised his weapon, but I held up a hand. It wasn't alive, not anymore. The figure was carved entirely from dried blood. It wasn't a statue, it was sculpted flesh, preserved in a shell of its own expiration. Curled hands, bent knees, lips stretched wide in devotion. Its face was indistinct, eroded, as if memory itself refused to recall what it had once looked like. Above it, carved into the ceiling in exact surgical strokes, were 6 characters, not words, symbols. I recognized none of them, but I understood what they meant. This wasn't a place for worship, it was a place for erasure. The walls pulsed faintly, not with light or sound, but with rhythm, a biological rhythm, a heartbeat too slow to be human, and beneath that, a sound, low, constant, just on the edge of hearing. It wasn't wind, it wasn't machine hum, it was language, not spoken, not heard, understood. Bren flinched. I felt it too, a pressure in the base of the skull. Something sliding under the surface of thought, dragging meaning behind it. Then I heard it clearly, not with ears, but with self, a voice that didn't belong to anything living. All prayers are questions, we are the answer. I closed my eyes, the voice pressed deeper, not aggressive, not malicious, just inevitable. The warp screams, the materium clings, faith demands. But all things long for silence. The shrine floor began to ripple. Not physically, conceptually. The space grew deeper without widening. The air thinned. Our breath became shallow. The lumen on Bren's shoulder dimmed even though the power cell was full. The figure began to move, not rise, just move. It rotated slowly on its knees to face us. Its head tilted. The face remained featureless, except for the smile. There was no mouth, no jaw. But the smile remained. "You are late," it said. Bren fired. The shot passed through. No resistance, no impact, no heat distortion. The figure turned back toward the wall and resumed kneeling. The voice spoke again, not from it, but from everywhere. "This is not the altar. You are not the first." The first remembered. I stepped closer. The air grew thinner. My mind felt stretched, not pulled, not twisted, just elongated. Thoughts echoed. Every word in my head repeated a half-second after itself. Bren reached out to pull me back. His fingers passed through my shoulder. We were both still standing in the same space, but no longer in the same time. I turned to look at him. He didn't move, frozen. Not physically. His moment had stopped, and mine kept going. The voice whispered again. "We are the prayer that unasks. We do not want your worship. We want your return to silence." The ceiling rippled. For a moment, I saw a sky that wasn't a sky. Black, yes, but not empty. Full of holes shaped like gods that had been scraped out of existence. I blinked. The vision was gone. The figure crumbled, not in slow collapse, not with age, just ceased. No dust, no motion. It simply wasn't there anymore. The shrine's temperature stabilized. Time resumed. Bren gasped and stumbled forward, nearly collapsing. He looked at me. I looked at him. Neither of us said anything. There was no language left for what we'd seen. Only one thing was clear. This cult wasn't summoning something. It was preparing us for subtraction, one prayer at a time. We left the shrine without speaking, not because we were in shock, though we were, but because speech no longer felt safe. The words lingered too long when spoken aloud, as if the air held onto them, memorized them. The deeper we went, the more the world felt like memory made flesh, but not ours. Something else was remembering, something beneath us. The kind of mind that didn't think in language or time, only in absence. By the time we reached Sector 60A, even our footsteps had stopped echoing. Not muffled, not silenced, just gone. No sound returned. No vibration traveled. When you walked, it was like the world forgot you'd ever touched it. I stopped Bren mid-step and dropped a metal probe. It hit the floor and made no noise. Bren knelt, ran his auspex across the floor. The scanner emitted its usual calibration tone. Nothing bounced back. "It's not just absorbing sound," he said quietly. "It's negating the idea of it." I tried to reach Malen via comms. No reply. Not static, not failure. Just silence, as if the signal had been unmade. We entered a central access tunnel, once used for internal transport. The walls had changed, not visibly, but the seams were gone, the joints, the screws, even the weld lines that used to hold everything together. Everything had smoothed into a single surface, impossibly clean, like someone had recast the entire hive tier in one flawless mold. We walked 15 meters in silence before the first anomaly. Bren stopped and stared at the wall. "What are you seeing?" I asked. He didn't answer, just raised his weapon and fired. The bolt round hit the wall and disappeared. Not exploded, not deflected, just blinked out of the moment. He turned to me, face pale. "I don't think this place is built with space anymore." I didn't ask what he meant, because I was starting to feel it too. You walk, you breathe, you think, but none of it feels like it leaves a mark. As if you were treading through something that had already decided you didn't exist. And then we found the next body, if you could call it that. At first we thought it was a servitor, curled into the corner, arms folded, still plugged into the wall. But the ports weren't Mechanicus standard. No power line, no nutrient feed, no data thorn. Just bone. His spine had grown into the wall, or the wall had grown around him. It was hard to tell. His face was gone, cleanly erased. No skin, no skull, no trauma. Just a featureless shape in the vague outline of a head. And where his heart should have been, there was a small black box embedded in his chest cavity. It pulsed once every 11 seconds. Bren knelt beside him and reached for it. I warned him, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled it out. It was warm, and as soon as it left the cavity, the wall behind us changed. A new corridor opened, not through force, not via machinery, just unfolded, like the hive was listening, waiting for us to take the next step. The box began to whisper, no speaker, just vibration. It said nothing intelligible, not words, just a pressure behind the eardrum, like tinnitus made from someone else's heartbeat. Bren clutched it tightly. He didn't put it down. He wouldn't. I think it's mine, he muttered. I think I made it. You don't remember making it, I said. No. But you think it's yours? Yes. He looked at me with eyes that didn't seem entirely his anymore. You've forgotten things too. I didn't answer, because he wasn't wrong. My memories had started to flicker. I couldn't remember the name of the ship we'd arrived on. I couldn't remember how long we'd been inside the hive. My own name felt distant, like something loaned to me by someone else. We took the new corridor. The light was different here, not artificial, not lumen, something else. It came from nowhere and everywhere, casting no shadows. It made my skin itch. Bren checked his auspex. The map was gone, not corrupted, not deleted, gone. The device still worked, but there was no geometry left, just a blank field. He shook it. Nothing returned. I think the hive is folding, he whispered, or we are. Ahead of us, the passage narrowed, the walls tightened, and the air grew thick. We passed through an arch lined with symbols we couldn't read. They weren't written, they were imprinted on the back of the eye. We moved as if compelled, no orders, no logic, just necessity. At the end of the corridor, we found a room. Octagonal, perfectly symmetrical, floor covered in ash. In the center, a single object stood on a pedestal, a Vox unit, old, pre-M36, still functional. Attached to it was a cable running deep into the floor, too deep to trace. Bren stepped forward and touched it. The Vox flared to life and played a recording, not audio, just a voice inside the skull. You made this, it said, not to Bren, to me. You built it, Sarin. You brought it here. You left it behind. I stepped forward. The unit flared again. Your voice, your message, your invitation. I didn't, I whispered, but even I could hear the lie. You asked them to come. You begged for silence. Now it's come. Bren turned to me. You did this? No, I said, but my hand was already reaching for the transmitter. The message that had lured us here, come witness, wasn't sent by the cult. It was sent by me, another me, a version of myself from a prior loop, a prior life, a prior failure. The hive hadn't summoned us. It had answered. You don't remember yet, the voice said, but you will. The box Bren held began to shake. It opened, and inside was a recording slate. Not blank, inscribed with a phrase, written in my own handwriting. I forgot again. Stop me next time. We left the octagonal chamber with more questions than we had entered with. The Vox unit still pulsed, slow, rhythmic, like a mechanical heart refusing to stop. I left it behind, not out of discipline, out of fear, because whatever voice was speaking through it wasn't broadcasting, it was remembering, and it remembered me. The further we walked, the more the hive seemed to shrink behind us. Tunnels shortened, corridors narrowed. Time no longer moved in a straight line. Bren's auspex showed motion from behind, but when we turned, the corridor was sealed, not by bulkhead, by absence. One moment the passage was open. The next, it simply wasn't. Bren stopped walking. I noticed it first in the silence. His footsteps had faded. I turned around and found nothing. No Bren, no trace, no sound, no movement. Only the wall behind me, flat and seamless. I walked back 3 paces, then 4, then 10. He didn't exist anymore. Not like Malen, whose voice had been stolen. This was worse. No heat signature, no biosign, no auspex data. Even his footprints were gone. I checked my comms. There was no record of his frequency, no log of transmission, nothing but static. Then not even static, just nothing. I opened my field log. His name wasn't there. Not once. Every mention of him was gone, like he had never joined the mission at all. I looked at my hands, at my weapon, at the edge of my reflection in the dimmed lumen strips. Was I alone? I couldn't remember. Had he ever been real? My mind began to fold inward, chewing at the edges of memory. I opened my mission docket, hoping for something, anything that could anchor me. At the bottom of the screen was a new file, dated 5 minutes ago. File name, you left him. I tapped to open it. Static, then a voice, my voice. You always leave him, every time. You never look fast enough. My hand trembled. I powered off the slate. The corridor ahead was still open, but the floor felt less stable. Not structurally, conceptually, like I was walking across an idea that hadn't fully formed yet. I moved forward anyway. What else was there? Staying meant letting the walls learn my name. I passed 3 more junctions, each identical, each wrong. The same pipe burst in the same spot. The same scratch pattern on the left bulkhead. The same fragment of prayer etched into the ceiling. Let it forget me, let it forget me, let it forget me. Someone had written that while dying, or perhaps while being rewritten. I stopped when the corridor opened into a circular chamber. Not octagonal like the last. Circular, no walls, no roof, just a space defined by not being elsewhere. In the center, a light hung suspended above a pit. The light came from no source. It didn't shine, it simply existed. Beneath it, a figure sat cross-legged on the floor, cloaked, hooded still. I raised my bolt pistol. The figure didn't react. I circled slowly, watching for movement. None. Then it spoke. Not aloud, directly into my memory. You are always last to notice, it said. I don't know you, I replied. You knew the others. I came alone. You did not. I hesitated. What's Bren's last name? It asked. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Describe his voice. Silence. Color of his eyes? The memory tried to surface. Tried. Failed. You see, the figure whispered. He was subtracted. By what? By you. It raised its head. Beneath the hood was no face. Only a mirror. Not of my body, but of something older. An image I didn't recognize but felt deep inside. The mirror cracked, and I heard Bren scream. From behind me, I turned. Nothing. When I looked back at the figure, it was gone. Only the cracked floor remained. In the dust, a boot print. Fresh, the same pattern as Bren's field gear. I dropped to one knee and touched it. Still warm. He had been here. Had, was, will be. Time no longer obeyed cause and effect. Not here, not in this place, not in this prayer. I left the chamber. The corridor behind it no longer existed. A new one had formed, and in its ceiling was a symbol drawn in red ash, a simple circle with a slash through it. Underneath, you left him, again, always again, always. I reached the next tier of the hive after 2 hours, or 2 days. The auspex no longer tracked time. My internal chronometer reset every few minutes. My throat was dry, but my water ration was full, untouched, because I wasn't sure if I'd ever used it, or if the act of drinking would commit me to a moment that wasn't mine. The walls began to vibrate, not with force, but with regret. Every surface echoed something I hadn't done. Every lumen flicker a face I should have saved. Every door a grave I dug by forgetting. The deeper I went, the more I felt my own name slipping. Not erased, just misplaced. And in that moment, I understood something the cult had tried to explain. They weren't trying to worship a god. They were trying to escape remembrance, because remembrance is a prison. And they were trying to dig their way out of memory itself. Bren was gone. Marlene was silent. And I was beginning to remember things that had never happened, and forget things that had. The final clue came as I reached the next bulkhead. Carved into the door, only those who cannot be remembered may enter. I opened it. Inside was a mirror, and in its reflection, no one stood there. The mirror didn't show me. It didn't show the room, or the door, or the light. It reflected only itself, a depthless surface smooth as memory, cold as shame. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I'd stopped existing or if I was simply being shown a version of the world where I never had. My fingers reached out before my mind could stop them. The glass was warm. It rippled, and then it let me through. There was no transition, no threshold. One moment I stood in the corridor. The next I was somewhere else, not beneath the hive, not above it, just apart. It was a library, of sorts, but the shelves weren't made of plasteel or steelwood. They weren't really made of anything. Ideas stacked upon memory, memory stacked upon concepts, unwords etched into the curvature of thought. I walked forward. Each step felt like dragging my name behind me through tar. No books, no data slates, no codices, but the shelves were full. Each compartment held a scripture. Some were voices folded into knots of whispering heat. Others were stains, burned into shapes I couldn't read but somehow understood. A few bled softly when I passed. Each scripture pulsed with the same rhythmic pattern. 11 seconds. Come witness, come witness, come witness. My boots made no sound. My thoughts barely held together. I turned one corner and saw a shape. A scribe, or something like it. It floated, arms limp, face gone. Skin stretched thin like parchment. Hands outstretched as if reading a prayer that couldn't be spoken. Around it, the scriptures changed shape. The whispers shifted, no longer pleading, now accusatory. You knew this place. You asked for it. You wrote one of us. I approached. The scribe didn't move. It had no eyes, but I could feel its attention, not on me. On the space I displaced, it exhaled. The air smelled like forgotten childhood, regret, warmth, loss. It reached out with one hand. In the palm was a single line of text, etched not in ink but in subtraction. Your scripture is incomplete. I opened my mouth to deny it, but my throat refused, because I had written something, years ago, before my initiation into the Ordo. A thesis, a theory, a paper never submitted. It had asked one question: what if chaos is not the enemy? What if the warp is simply reacting to something older, something deeper, being unearthed? My tutor burned it, ordered it purged, told me to forget. I did, or so I thought, until now, because this place, it wasn't made by chaos. It wasn't protected by the warp. It predated both. I stepped past the scribe. Each scripture whispered differently now. You fed us. You seeded us. You prayed not to gods, but to silence. You wanted the universe to stop screaming. You asked for unbeing. And we answered. I reached the final shelf. It was empty, but something was written in the dust, words that weren't there until I read them. You will leave this place. You will forget this place, but it will not forget you. The shelf blinked. Something folded inward. A book appeared, bound in bone, no pages, just a single interior surface, smooth, pale, shifting. I opened it and felt everything, a lifetime I hadn't lived. Memories of a city built on the grave of a concept. Prayers sung in reverse, echoing into future trauma. A child born without identity. A soldier who forgot his name every time he killed. An inquisitor who erased his own family from record to protect them, and then forgot he had done it. Each memory wasn't a story. It was a warning, a structure designed not to inform but to erode, and at the center of it all, a shape, not a god, not a demon, just a wound in reality, a place where logic had bled out, and the name it carried, unmaking. The book closed itself, vanished, and behind me, the mirror returned. Only this time, it showed me again, but not how I remembered. My reflection flickered. My eyes were wrong, too wide, too empty, like the woman we'd found sitting at the transit bench, like the figure of blood kneeling at the shrine, like the faceless scribe floating between scriptures. I looked down at my hands. Still mine, but only for now. I stepped toward the mirror. It hesitated, then let me through. I returned to the corridor outside the bulkhead, heart pounding. The hive felt different now. Angrier, or maybe just awake. The light flickered, the walls flexed, and every surface whispered, he read it, he carries it, he will forget. And then, He will write it again, because that was the final truth. The scripture doesn't end, it loops. Each witness becomes the next scribe. Each prayer a new subtraction. Each forgetful step a sacrifice. And somewhere in the next chamber, a new blank book waits for me to begin again. It was waiting for me, not behind a sealed door, not in a trap or chamber or shrine. Just around the next corner, a body slumped against the wall, dressed in what might have once been a worker's uniform, torn, burned, eaten through by time or something worse. Flesh desiccated but strangely preserved, leathery and smooth like parchment stretched over bone. But none of that was what stopped me. It was the smile, wide, unnatural, too wide, stretched lips, dry gums, teeth showing, every muscle frozen in grotesque contentment. The corpse was smiling, not in death, in ecstasy. I scanned the hall, then stepped closer. It wasn't decomposing, not naturally. The chest was collapsed, sunken like a vacuum had sucked the organs inward. The eye sockets were sealed over, not gouged, grown closed. Skin had stretched over them with surgical precision. A seal, a biological decision. I triggered the auspex. No life signs, no psychic trace, no heat. But there was movement, not from the corpse, from something inside it. I knelt and placed a gloved hand to its sternum. There was a vibration, faint, intermittent, a rhythm, not a heartbeat, not a pulse. It was a voice. I placed the auspex against the chest cavity. A message played through static, buried in meat. Just one line. I am still watching. I staggered back. Bile rose in my throat. The mouth twitched. Not the whole face, not a spasm. Just the corners of the mouth pulling tighter, wider. The smile deepened. A second voice came through the auspex. This time, not from the corpse, but from everywhere. It was my voice. My name is Inquisitor Sarin Vel. This is record attempt number 9. I froze. I have encountered the same corpse in 6 different locations. Each time it is smiling. Each time it is aware. I didn't remember making that recording, but it was my voice. The corpse shifted. One finger twitched, then another. The entire hand moved, slowly, curling inward, then opening. A gesture, a welcome. No muscles should have still worked. No ligaments, no nerve endings. But it was moving like it had never died. I burned this body once, the recording continued. It reappeared 3 chambers later, intact, smiling. The corpse's hand now pointed at me. Not aggressively, almost lovingly, inviting, like it knew me. I scanned the surrounding wall. There were markings, not paint, not blood, indentations, subtle, worn, words repeated again and again. One sentence, we remember you even when you forget yourself. The letters curled inward, forming a spiral. At the center of the spiral, a symbol, a perfect circle with a vertical slash. The cult's glyph, no chaos sigil, no warp taint, just pure organized absence. The corpse's chest caved inward slightly, as if breathing. It whispered, "Don't you see?" Not from lips, from space. The air carried the sound without vibration. I smiled first. I turned away, backed out of the corridor. I didn't run. Running would have given it meaning. Panic, fear, evidence of reaction. And that's what it wanted, to record me, because I was part of it now. A loop, a chain, a memory it refused to let dissolve. My name, my steps, my voice. It had memorized all of them. I sealed the passage with a plasma torch. Useless, I knew, but I needed a line drawn, even a temporary one, and I kept moving. My auspex clicked again. New signal, new voice, Multrix. I hadn't heard from him in days, but there he was, Inquisitor Multrix, veteran of the Damocles Gulf, purger of the Sable Choir, last reported on Griffin 4 before he was reassigned to the Shrike Cluster. He spoke slowly, deliberately. If you hear this, you're already inside it, not the hive. It. I can't tell you when this is. I've lost that. But I know you're walking where I walked. He paused. Does the corpse smile? I stopped walking. Yes, I whispered. He continued as if responding in real time. Then you've looped. They all smile eventually, even the living. That's when it's winning. You think the cult wants power. They don't. They don't even want worship. They want unwitnessing. I leaned against the wall, closed my eyes, and I could feel the smile behind my eyelids, not the corpse's. Mine, a twitch, a crack in the mirror of my face. It was starting. They've given up on killing, Maltrix said. They figured out the truth, that death isn't real. Not here, not in the warp, not in memory. So instead, they subtract. You, me, everything. I dropped the Auspex, fell to my knees, and laughed. Not from humor, not even from madness, from exhaustion, from understanding. The smile wasn't an expression, it was a surrender, a concession. You smile when you forget what else your face was for. And that corpse wasn't a body. It was a forecast, a warning, an eventuality. He stepped into the hive as if it hadn't been unmade. No fanfare, no escort, just one man in a faded greatcoat, flanked by silence and memory. His name was Maltrix, his title, Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, his presence, undeniable. But even as I looked at him, standing in the breach carved through the hive's upper decks, a part of me already began to doubt. Was this the first time I'd seen him here? Had he already arrived? Had he always been here? Maltrix didn't look at me right away. He stared up into the shifting gloom of Hive Shrike 4's higher tiers, what little remained of them. The infrastructure sagged and breathed in strange rhythms now. No longer metal, no longer machine. Maltrix said nothing for a full minute. Then he turned. You saw the corpse, he said. Not a question. I nodded. Did it speak? It smiled. He stepped closer, and I realized something was wrong with his shadow. It didn't follow him. It led, trailing slightly ahead, like it knew what was coming before he did. He gestured toward the terminal behind me. The last fragment you heard, my voice, that wasn't for you, it was for me. You sent yourself the warning. He nodded once, and I've failed to listen. Again. I stepped back. How many times have you come here? I don't know. I only remember it when it's too late. His gaze was tired, but not weak. This was not a man unraveling. This was a man who had already unraveled, again and again, and chosen to walk back into the spiral each time, because someone had to. Walk with me, he said. I obeyed. The hive bent around him, literally. Corridors reshaped as we walked, not like servos grinding or walls retracting, like memory being rewritten on the fly. He didn't seem surprised. We passed a chamber I'd marked as previously collapsed. Now it stood open. Within it, a mural. It hadn't been there before, painted in blood, ash, and something finer, bone dust or skin powder. The image was vast and incomplete, a figure without shape, an absence rendered in iconography, a god with no features. But every eye on the mural stared back at us, not the figure's eyes, ours. Maltrix stopped before it. They built this temple to subtraction, he said quietly, not worship. They want to dissolve, not just their bodies, not just their thoughts. He placed a gloved hand to the wall. The cult calls it ascension. But it's nothing, perfect, complete nothing. His hand pulled back. The wall did not react. I noticed something then. Where his palm had touched, the paint corrected itself. It shifted, as if to reabsorb the moment. Have you spoken to one of them? I asked. Acolyte, he said. Cultist. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw fear, not terror, something deeper, reverence. They don't speak in words. What then? Events. I didn't understand. He continued. They communicate through consequences. You see a spiral in a wall and you remember your mother's face. You walk past a sealed door and suddenly you're grieving a sibling you never had. They reach into you. And they write. A silence stretched between us. He turned away from the mural and continued walking. They once showed me a scripture, he said, one I hadn't written yet. And I recognized my own handwriting. We entered a deeper level of the hive. The lights here had gone cold, barely perceptible in the fog. The silence was thicker. Every footstep echoed 5 seconds late, like sound was thinking before reacting. Multrix stopped again. "The warp is loud," he said. "Even when you shield against it, it screams. But this place," he paused, "it hums. A pressure built in my skull. Not pain, density, like thought itself was being squeezed. I reached for my rebreather. No change in oxygen, no toxins. Still I felt it, the weight of presence. And then I realized it wasn't pressing into me, it was pressing out. I looked at Multrix. "You feel it too?" He nodded. "It wants to remember us. That's why the hive reacts. That's why the corridors change. It's not just physical, it's cognitive." He turned, scanned the ceiling. "They're building something." I asked what. He shook his head. "Not a machine, not a god, not a weapon. A concept." I tried to press him. He raised one hand, then gestured to a door, unmarked, slightly ajar. A voice echoed from behind it. Ours. Every word we'd spoken in the last 10 minutes. Looped, twisted, broken down, rearranged. The voice spoke with our cadence, our tone, our breath, but none of the words were in the right order. It was mimicking, reconstructing, trying to learn. "Why would it do that?" I asked. Multrix didn't answer. He opened the door. Inside was a machine, or the corpse of one. A Vox spire, crushed and bent into a spiral, still active. It pulsed every 11 seconds, he pointed. "Signals the same as the first one you received. You know that, don't you?" I thought it was the cult. It wasn't. "Then who?" He looked at me. "You." I froze. "I didn't build that." "No," he said, "but a version of you did, and left it behind. To remind you." "Remind me of what?" He knelt, reached into the tangle of cables at its base, pulled out a data slate. It was old, older than anything that should have survived this long in the hive's understructure. The screen activated, one message, written in all caps. "Do not trust the man who calls himself Multrix." I looked up. Multrix stared at me, silent, expression unreadable. Then he smiled. It was small, controlled, almost human, but that's what made it worse. It wasn't the corpse's grin, not wide, not grotesque. It was a practiced expression, like someone remembering how to mimic sincerity. My grip on the bolt pistol tightened. Multrix didn't move, didn't reach for a weapon, didn't blink. He just looked at me with the expression of a man waiting for a coin to land. Heads, you trust him. Tails, you remember. I lowered the weapon, not from certainty, from dread, because the longer I looked at him, the more my memory distorted. I remembered meeting Multrix on 3 different worlds, one during a purge on Drelev Minor, one during a psycho quarantine on Holos Reach, and one that didn't exist anymore. I couldn't remember the planet's name, just that it had been subtracted. "I've warned myself about you before," I said slowly. "Yes," he said, "many times. And every time I forget." He nodded. "It's a loop," I muttered. "A perfect loop. You're starting to understand. Then tell me the truth." He didn't flinch. "I am Multrix," he said. "And I am not." "Helpful. What are you?" "A witness." "To what?" He turned toward the tunnel ahead. Beyond the spiral of the ruined Vox spire, a deep passage descended into absolute dark. To what they buried. I followed his gaze. There was no light, not the absence of it, refusal. The darkness was thick, intentional, a wall of non-observation. "You've been down there before?" "Yes." "What's down there?" He paused. "You." The descent began with silence. No change in air pressure, no mechanical hum, not even my own breath echoed. It felt like my lungs had been disconnected from the world. I checked the auspex, no readings. It refused to scan beyond 20 meters. I turned to ask Multrix for a secondary unit. He wasn't there, gone, not disappeared, not fled, just never arrived. I turned back toward the entrance, gone too. Only forward remained. The tunnel curved, in impossible ways. At one point I saw my own back, just for a second, Then I turned a corner and everything changed. The walls were no longer walls. They were veins, not literal, not biological, symbolic, structures meant to pulse memory, each surface a chamber, a ventricle, a place to carry thought toward deeper chambers of understanding and away from the surface. The light returned in pulses, red, white, red, again, like a heartbeat, a rhythm I couldn't ignore. 11 seconds, come witness. 11 seconds, come witness. The floor below me began to shift, not physically, conceptually. It stopped behaving like material. Each step made me forget the one before it. I checked my slate. Each log entry disappeared as I typed it. I tried to draw my own symbol, something simple, a mark of self. I used my blood, but the moment I looked away, it vanished. Even the sting on my palm healed before I blinked. Nothing remained, and that was the point. This was the cult's path, not ascension, dissolution. At the next threshold, I passed under a series of archways carved with text, too fractured to read. But the symbols weren't the message. The space between them was, and in that void, I heard it again. Not a voice, a decision, to remove, to unmake, not in malice, not in rage, in peace, absolute devouring peace. It said, you do not suffer here. You do not grieve here. You do not lie here. You are not here. And I stepped through. The next chamber was circular, 30 meters wide, no roof, no floor, just a platform hovering in the middle of unknowable black. And at the center, myself. No distortion, no warped mirror, no doppelganger. Me, standing in the same armor, bleeding from the same wound on the palm. He looked up as I approached. Which loop is this? I asked. He shrugged. They all blend. I stepped closer. You left the signal. Yes. You wrote the message. Yes. Why? To warn myself. Did it work? He laughed. Not cruelly, not mockingly. Tired. Has it ever? I sat down beside him. Our breathing synced. Not intentionally, just naturally. Because we were one breath, split by time. What happens now? He looked down at a small object in his hands. A memory shard. Not tech, not psychic, just symbolic. A box of events. You forget, he said, and then you come back, and forget again, and come back again. He passed me the shard. Inside it, the sound of screaming, my own, looped, echoed, delayed. But each time, he said, you remember a little more. I opened the shard. The sound changed. Not a scream anymore. A whisper. You are the infection, it said, not the cure. I dropped it. It didn't fall, just ceased. He stood up. Beneath this hive is no artifact, no weapon, no god. Just the memory of not being. I looked at him. You mean death? No, he said. Death implies a transition. This is worse. This is the memory of not having ever been. I looked around the void. How do I escape? He smiled, the same tired, practiced smile. You don't. You just forget enough that you think you did. And then he vanished. I awoke on the floor, the passage behind me sealed. No sign of the descent, no record of my steps. My slate was empty, my weapons gone, my name, hard to remember, but in my hand was a single object, a data slate, old, dust-covered. On the screen a message, my own handwriting. You've been here before, don't trust Maltrix, don't trust yourself, don't write again. But beneath it, new text began forming. A sentence I didn't type. Welcome back. The message faded. One moment it burned on the slate's surface. Welcome back. The next, it unwrote itself. Not erased, not overwritten, simply never there. Like the slate had never been powered. I stood slowly. I was back in the hive's mid-tier. The lights pulsed at 11-second intervals. The walls were wrong again, somewhere between steel and skin. They breathed when I wasn't looking. And somewhere behind my ears, a hum, not sound, a sensation, a vibration in memory. The hive wanted me to keep going. I could feel it now, not as compulsion, but as architecture. It wasn't keeping me prisoner. It was showing me the path. I took it. There was no map to this place. I stopped using navigation tools 4 chambers ago. Every time I tried to trace a route, the path curled back on itself. Straight lines bent into spirals, angles realigned into symbols. So I stopped looking for direction and followed something older, instinct, or what passed for it in a mind already fraying. The air smelled like old parchment and salt. My rebreather failed to mask it. At first I thought I had reached another looped corridor, but then the light changed, and I saw it. The temple, not built, grown, a structure of absence wrapped in false geometry. It had walls, but they didn't meet, a roof, but no interior, a doorway that led nowhere. But you entered it anyway. Its surface was covered in scripture, not written, missing, text removed from space, whole lines subtracted from existence, leaving behind the imprint of meaning without the burden of language. As I stepped closer, I felt pressure behind my eyes, not pain, displacement. My brain was moving inside my skull, trying to reorient around something it couldn't see. That was the cult's prayer, not to see, to unsee, to let go of the burden of existence and fall into whatever the temple offered. I passed the first threshold. Nothing stopped me. There was no ritual, no guardians, no violence, only silence, and a spiral staircase descending into what felt like nowhere. I walked. Each step down erased something. First, names. I forgot the names of half my acolytes. Then, colors. Everything turned grey and bruise purple. Nothing distinct. No reds, no golds, no white. Then, sound. Even my breath stopped echoing. I touched my chest. My heartbeat was still there, but I couldn't hear it. At step 33, I forgot why I was descending. I had to check my slate. Blank, not powered down, just never used. I reached the bottom without realizing it. The staircase ended in a hollow room shaped like an idea. There were no walls, just the memory of being enclosed. In the center stood a pedestal. On it, a knife, null iron, wreathed in absence. I could barely see it, not from stealth or concealment, but because my mind refused to process the shape. It looked like a question, a concept unresolved. I approached slowly. At arm's length, the air grew thick. The silence gained weight. I picked it up, and every thought I had ever had collapsed into a single, incomprehensible point. The voice returned, not from behind me, inside. "You brought it," it said. I turned. Maltrix stood in the doorway. No weapon, no armor, just his coat, his eyes, and a smile that hadn't changed since the first time I saw him, or the 13th. "Why?" I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the pedestal. "You remember this, don't you? I've never been here before." "You have. You left the knife once already. Now you've returned to it." I held it up. "Then why don't I remember using it?" He stepped closer. "Because you haven't yet. Or maybe you always do." I pressed the blade to his chest. He didn't flinch. "Kill me," he said, "but it won't change anything." "Why?" He pointed to the wall. I turned, and I saw it. A mural, not painted, not etched, composed entirely of erased parts of reality, a living tapestry of absence. It showed the cult, not gathered, not chanting, just being, all faceless, all identical, all peaceful, hands raised, not in worship, but in surrender, not to a god, to a truth, that they were the obstruction, and they would become free by becoming nothing. At the center of the mural, me, holding the knife. The moment I looked away, it vanished. The mural, the knife, Maltrix, all gone. I stood alone in the chamber again. At my feet, a spiral, burned into the floor. At the center, a question mark carved in my own handwriting. I staggered out of the temple. It was still standing, still wrong, but quieter now, like it had done what it needed to. I looked at my hand. The knife was gone, but I remembered holding it, or thought I did. I checked my slate again. One line had returned, a journal entry, dated 3 days into the future. Used it, finally, didn't work, trying again. I looked back at the temple. It was already fading. Not into shadow, into forgetting, becoming more myth than memory. And I wondered, How many times had I been here? How many times had I tried? How many versions of me were walking this same path? The temple doesn't destroy you. It enlists you, makes you a new witness, a new node, a new whisper, and the spiral doesn't close. It widens, because the only way to forget the cult is to become it. The temple was behind me, or ahead of me, or maybe I never left. I walked for 12 minutes. At least, that's what my chrono claimed. But my boots were clean. No signs of passage, no dust, no blood, no carbon scoring from where I'd torched the last 2 corridors. And then I found the knife again. Just lying there, on the ground, no pedestal this time, no false chamber of memory, no voice to explain, only the knife. It was not mine, but it had chosen me. I didn't pick it up. It stood, on its point, balanced like a compass needle frozen in place, blade down, hovering just slightly above the surface. A whisper bled from it, not in words but in intent. It wanted something, and it would not leave until it received it. I activated my slate and tried recording, but the text unraveled. Instead of logging new entries, it began overwriting old ones. Notes I'd taken days ago warped and inverted. One line now read, "This is not a blade." Another, "It is a question too sharp to answer." I stared at the object again. It wasn't iron. It wasn't metal. It was null. The same void tech used in Geller fields and anti-warp barriers, but older, cruder. Not manufactured, discovered, cultivated, like a tumor of anti-reality forged into a hilt and edge. It shimmered at the edge of my vision, but never when I looked directly at it. I circled it once, twice. The third time I found Multrix again, standing at the end of the corridor, not moving, as if waiting for me to ask. So I did. "What is it?" He didn't respond at first. Then he stepped forward, and with each step he bled, not from wounds, from memory. A trail of thoughts peeled off him as he moved, flashes of past iterations, times he'd stood where I was, faces I'd never seen, corpses of versions of me. He stopped 2 meters from the knife. "It asks," he said. I nodded. "What does it ask?" He tilted his head, then stepped aside, and I saw what was behind him, myself. But not quite. This version of me had no eyes, just hollows where light refused to reflect. He held a blade too, not drawn, embedded, straight into his own chest. The wound did not bleed. It breathed. Every 11 seconds it pulsed, and with it a whisper. "Why do you remember?" The question hit me like a toxin. Sudden, heavy, mutating everything it touched. Why do I remember? I shouldn't. The loops, the temple, the shard, Multrix. Each step was designed to peel me away from myself, but I still remembered, or thought I did, and that meant something had gone wrong. The knife twitched, only slightly, but enough to tilt toward me. The meaning was clear. It wanted to be held, used, or else it would continue asking, and the longer it asked, the deeper it cut. I stepped forward. My double remained frozen, smile stitched into skin, arms limp, wound wide open. I reached for the knife. The moment my fingers brushed the hilt, I saw everything. Not visions, not hallucinations, possibilities. Every choice I had ever made. Fractured, scattered, inverted. Each failure recorded. Each refusal catalogued. Each version of me that turned away from the knife. Each time I had looped and looped and looped, always ending in return. Always ending in remembrance. I gripped it, pulled it free from the air. My other self vanished. Multrix too. Even the corridor folded inward like paper being burned at the edges. Until only I remained. And the knife. And the question, "Why do you remember?" It was asking again, but not for an answer. For a price. I knew what it wanted. Not blood, not death. Identity. To carry the knife is to surrender the shape of who you are. It carves away name, purpose, chronology. It removes you from the story and rewrites you as punctuation, a blade between sentences, a pause between screams. The first memory it stole was of my mother's voice, then my regiment, then the scent of ash after a purge. Each one faded into grey, forgotten mid-thought. And still, I held on, because I wanted to know what lay beyond this path, beyond the cult, beyond the loops. The knife pulsed. Every 11 seconds, like the hive, like the chant, like the heartbeat of something vast and indifferent. I walked forward. The hive parted. Walls that were once sealed now opened like lungs taking breath, and I entered the sanctum. It was not a room, not a hall, not a cathedral. It was a wound, torn in space. Reality stripped bare, exposing the gears of thought and the intestines of history. Inside stood the cult, dozens of them, all identical. Not clones, mirrors, every face was mine, each holding a knife, each smiling, none breathing, none blinking, none speaking, but all asking. And then, from the far side of the wound, a being stepped forward. No face, no limbs, just suggestion, like someone had tried to draw a god and erase the outline halfway through. It looked at me, and I felt its gaze. It didn't hate, didn't hunger, it invited. The cult chanted without mouths, "Unmake us, unwrite us, let us be never again." The being reached out. It did not touch me. It did not need to. I raised the knife, and I understood its purpose. It was not a weapon, not a tool. It was a permission to choose subtraction, to join them, to dissolve into unrecorded silence, to smile, to forget, to become one more blade in the spiral, one more echo in the hum, one more version of me who answered the question, "Why do you remember?" Because I always do. I returned. At least, that's what I told myself. One moment I stood before the faceless being, blade in hand, surrounded by mirrored cultists asking to be unmade. And the next I was in the hive's upper substructure, alone, no wound, no temple, no voice. The knife was gone, no sign I ever held it, only a faint pressure in my palm, like something had rested there for years and left a dent in the shape of absence. The vox in my ear crackled. "Sarin, come in. Where the hell have you been?" It was Elric, one of my acolytes. I hadn't heard his voice since the first descent. I pressed the comm bead. "I'm here. Where are you?" "Sub-level deck 7G. You just walked past us, then vanished." I stopped walking. "No, I didn't." "You did. You looked at us. Didn't say a word. Just walked past." I turned back. No one was there. The corridor was empty. "Are you still there now?" A pause. "No," Elric said. "You walked into a wall and disappeared." I ran a hand down my face. Sweat, tangible, present. I hadn't sweated in hours. The atmosphere hadn't allowed it. Now it did. Something had shifted. "Repeat your last known coordinates," I said. No response. "Elric, repeat." Nothing. Silence. Then, "Sarin." A new voice. Not Elric. My own. On loop. Broken, distorted, played backward, like someone replaying a message recorded in error. I ripped the comm bead out. It screamed once before going silent. I dropped it and kept walking, but I no longer knew where I was going. And worse, I didn't know who was walking. The corridor changed. Same bulkheads, same rusted pipes, same scorched insulation along the ceiling. But every 20 steps, something shifted. Slight things at first. My gloves, wrong color. My left boot, unscuffed. My rebreather, older model than I remembered. I passed a shattered wall mirror and stopped. My reflection blinked before I did. And when it caught up, its expression didn't match mine. I raised my weapon. The reflection didn't move. It just stared back, waiting. A micro delay between who I thought I was and who I had already become. "First memory glitch," I whispered, because that's what this was. A crack in the sequence, a fracture in the identity tape that binds your thoughts together. The first real sign that you're unraveling. Not dying, detaching. I turned away from the mirror and resumed walking. But a thought stayed with me. What if I was just catching up to someone else's walk? I found the team again, 3 of them. Elric, Domna, Vex. They sat around a fire that didn't cast heat. When they looked at me, there was no recognition. Their eyes were wrong, not clouded, not glowing, just flat, unanchored. Domna tilted her head. "You're back." "Back from where?" I asked. She smiled. "Exactly." I scanned the chamber. No signs of conflict, no blood, but Vex's datapad was logging activity from a week ago, a full week. "You've been here this whole time." No answer. I stepped closer. "Tell me what you remember." Elric raised his hand, 5 fingers, but I counted 6. I blinked, 5 again. "We've been watching the fire," he said. "There's no fire." "Then what are we warming our hands by?" Their fingers hovered over ash that wasn't hot, over coals that were wrong color, violet and black. I backed away. "You're not real." Domna laughed. "Not cruel, pitying." "No one is." I raised my pistol. Vex stood, his body folded in 3 directions at once, like bones that had never agreed on their structure. "You need to remember," he hissed. I fired. The bolt struck center mass, but instead of blood, dust, like an old memory collapsing. Vex crumbled. The others didn't react. They just turned to face me, eyes now hollow, literal holes where thought used to live. "You shot yourself," Elric said. "No," I said, but my gun was already gone, my hand empty, and I was holding a knife again. The same one, the one that asked. And I remembered the other me holding it, saying yes, saying goodbye, not to others, to identity, to self. I woke again, new corridor, new slate, no notes. But this time, the glitch followed me. Every reflection I passed blinked late. Every sound echoed before I made it. Time lost sequence, memory unthreaded. I whispered my name. Sarin Vel, again. Sarin Vel. Each time, it felt less mine. Then came the final confirmation. I passed a wall carved in names, scratched into the adamantium paneling, thousands of them. Some scratched deep, others shallow, some erased. One caught my eye. Sarin Vel. Next to it, a tally mark. 32 scratches, then a space, then one more. I touched the wall. It was warm. And below the names, a question. How many times will you forget before you ask to forget forever? I stepped back. The wall was blank. No names, no scratches, no question, but my fingers bled, as if I'd just carved them myself. The glitch was permanent now. I forgot my last sentence before finishing the next. My thoughts bled out mid-forming. I walked, then checked my steps, then forgot why I was walking. My voice cracked when I said my name, and then came the final sign. I found my old team, all of them, not the broken echoes around the fire, the real ones, before the cult, before the spiral, before the descent. They were frozen in a memory loop, caught in a moment I'd never seen before, eating rations, arguing over fuel reserves. Domna was laughing. Vex had both hands. They were whole. I stood there for a full minute. None of them saw me. None of them reacted, until Domna looked up and said, "You've changed." That's when I realized I was watching a memory, not one of mine, one of theirs, and I didn't belong in it anymore. I had become a parasite in other people's recollection, a glitch in history, and somewhere deeper in the hive, I could feel it. The temple, the spiral, the knife, waiting for me again to ask. And this time, maybe I'd answer. The infection doesn't begin with touch. It begins with thought, a whisper in the mind shaped like a question you've already answered. That's how they spread. Not through sermons, not through icons, through ideas. I woke with blood in my mouth, not mine. I spat onto the floor, thick, dark red, still warm. I checked my armor for damage. No wounds, no missing teeth. The blood didn't belong to me, which meant I'd been somewhere else. Again, another blackout, another memory interrupted. I checked my slate. One new entry, not written by me. It's in your head now. You think about it and it grows. I stared at the words, unmoving. The screen flickered, briefly, then blank. I stood and for the first time noticed the humming had changed. Not louder, more intricate. The hive was singing now, not with voice, but with pattern. Ceiling drips aligned to rhythm. Pipes hissed in chords. The flickering hallway lights blinked in triplets. I wasn't hearing it. I was thinking it. And the moment I noticed, it noticed me back. I found Domna again, or a version of her. She was scratching something into the wall with her nails. Symbols, shapes, circles with no centers. She didn't look at me when I approached. Her voice was low. They hum when you think about them. What hums? She paused, then smiled. The answer. I scanned the marks on the wall. They weren't just random, they were spreading, each one more complete than the last. Whatever she was drawing, it was growing as she remembered it. I grabbed her shoulder. Domna, when did you start seeing this? When you told me, she said. I haven't spoken to you in days. She laughed. You don't need to say it, just think it. And then she turned. Her eyes were black, not in the demonic way. No fire, no warp glow, no rot, just absence, like she had erased her own pupils to make room for something else. I stepped back. She began whispering, but her lips didn't move. I heard it inside my skull, a chant, not in Gothic, not in any language, a recursive sequence of cognitive triggers designed to rewrite emotional thresholds. She was praying directly to the neurological structure of memory. I fired. The bolt struck her chest. She didn't bleed. She collapsed into dust. The wall behind her kept whispering. The symbols she drew moved. I looked away, too late. One of them burned into my peripheral vision, and I heard her voice again. You think about it, and it grows. I found Elric 10 corridors down. He'd gouged out his ears, taped his eyes shut, written a warning on the walls in charcoal and old blood. Do not think about them. Do not ask why. I pulled the tape from his face. He screamed, loud, wet. You saw them! I grabbed him. Who? You thought them. He started clawing at his head. Blood sprayed from his temples. They're in the pattern. I sedated him, not to save him, to quiet the broadcast, because every word he screamed now carried weight, not acoustic, cognitive. I could feel the pressure behind each syllable, not just meaning infection. He was spreading them, and now, so was I. The idea latched on harder after that. I started seeing them in architecture. Not faces, not figures, ideas. The way a corridor curved, the ratio of light to shadow, the time delay between blinking lights, all of it intentional, like the hive was not just inhabited, but thinking, and I was now part of that thought process. I tried to stop writing. I couldn't. The slate kept turning back on. Every time I closed it, it recorded something new, fragments I didn't remember typing. The symbol has no name, but it remembers yours. Every time you try to describe it, it sharpens. You already prayed, you just didn't know what to. I attempted quarantine, found a secure chamber in a Geller-shielded bay, originally built for psycho containment. Sealed the doors, null field activated. I sat in the corner, said nothing, thought nothing, and yet the whisper continued, not louder now, more familiar. Like an old song with new verses, the walls began to reshape, not physically, conceptually. When I turned to face one wall, I remembered my mother. When I turned back, I remembered I never had one. Each direction pulled a different thread of identity, and the whole room pulsed with rhythm. 11 seconds, a hum, then a phrase, then a shape, then silence, then again. I activated the null field to maximum. It sparked, then died. The slate wrote one more line. Cognition is the pathway. Then it cracked. Inquisitor Multrix returned. No door opened, no signal. He was just there, in the far corner of the room, watching. You tried to think it away, he said. I tried to stop spreading it. You failed. I nodded. Is it irreversible? Not for you. For who then? He looked at my hands, at the slate's remains, at whoever reads what you wrote. I froze. Then I've spread it beyond this world, possibly beyond this timeline. He stepped closer. You weren't supposed to understand. That's what they want. To make comprehension the vector. Each explanation you give invites replication. I stood unsteady. They're not a religion. He nodded. They're a contagion. A cult that doesn't teach, just inserts, not beliefs, but architecture, a pattern of thoughts that reshapes the world around it to make room for itself, until it doesn't just occupy your mind. It is your mind. I looked at the shattered slate. Then we can't send reports. No. We can't tell the others. No. And we can't write it down. No. I looked up at him. But we already did, didn't we? Multrix didn't answer. He just stared at the wall behind me. I turned. One of the symbols had appeared there. Without hands, without ink, without intention, just grown, like moss, and beneath it a phrase, "It knows your shape now." I turned back to Moltrix. He was gone. Only a spiral remained, pulsing, 11 seconds, and a whisper. Not a command, not a call, just an observation. "Now you'll never stop thinking about it." I was walking. I don't remember standing. I don't remember choosing the corridor, just walking. With each step, the floor reassembled beneath me like memory building itself in real time. Signs had no words. Doors led nowhere. I passed 5 acolytes, didn't recognize a single one, and none of them noticed me. Like I wasn't there anymore. Like I was watching myself in third person. Only the knife reminded me I was real. It hung at my side now. No sheath, no strap, just there. Wherever I went, waiting for the next question. Then I turned a corner and saw the child. She sat alone in the middle of the corridor, knees tucked, crayon in hand, drawing. She looked 5, maybe 6. Hair matted with blood, a Vox unit necklace made from a shattered com bead. No identification marks, no registration tattoo, no shoes. But her face, I recognized her. I didn't know from where or when, but I knew her. The kind of recognition that makes your heart drop before your brain catches up. The kind of familiarity only trauma can simulate. I approached slowly. Her crayon dragged across the floor in long, curving lines. She didn't look up, just kept drawing and humming. The same 11-second rhythm. I crouched beside her. She was sketching a body. It had her face and my hands, and it was cut open, wide, down the middle. Organs labeled with strange symbols. One I recognized from the temple, the symbol of removal. I spoke softly. "What are you drawing?" She stopped humming, still didn't look up, then whispered, "You." I scanned the drawing. Dozens of overlapping versions of me, some bleeding, some smiling, one burning, the last one holding a knife. I reached for her shoulder and froze. Her spine was wrong, too long, too still. I realized then she wasn't breathing, but she was alive. Her head turned, too slowly, like someone rotating a model. Her eyes blinked once, then again, but they were the wrong shape, too wide, too centered. She looked up at me and smiled. "Do you remember my name?" I shook my head. "No, you gave it to me." I didn't. She pointed at the drawing, the burning version of me. "He did." Her voice was clearer now, older than it should have been, not just in tone, in intention, like a memory wearing a child's face. "Why are you here?" I asked. She shrugged. "Because you are." That's not an answer. "It is." Her fingers brushed the floor. The crayon disappeared. The drawings burned, without flame or heat, just faded like dissolving ink. "Do you know what I am?" she asked. I stood. "No." "Are you sure?" She tilted her head. "I was the first thing you forgot." I backed away. She stood too, and I saw then there were cuts all over her arms, not bleeding, not recent, just drawn, crayon scars, markings of every version of me that had passed her by. Each one had left a version behind, and each one had forgotten her. I whispered, "What do you want?" She took a step forward, held out her hand, and offered me something, a piece of paper, old, wrinkled, my handwriting, 4 words. I made her real. I took it. The world shifted. Not like a dream, like recollection. A room flickered into view. Not the hive, a shelter, a hab capsule, steel bed, dusty vent, medical cot, and her, younger, weaker, but still drawing. I remembered, number that I felt myself remember, sitting beside her, teaching her symbols, writing memory stamps on the wall, saying, "This is how you survive." She had no name, no history, just loss, so I gave her a structure, a frame, a story. I had invented her as a way to hold on to sanity, and now she'd become real, not physically, not biologically, but psychomimetically. The hive had remembered her through me, and now she was permanent. In every corridor, in every loop, in every echo of this descent, there she was, waiting to be recalled. because I had created a memory so strong even the warp couldn't erase it. She smiled again. I'm glad you're back. I knelt, touched her hand. It was cold, but real. And when I blinked, the corridor was empty again. The drawings gone, but the paper remained, still in my hand, still written in my own words, still echoing, I made her real. Later, I found Domna, the real one. She was crouched in a maintenance hatch, speaking to herself, over and over. No children, no children, no children, no. I knelt beside her. Domna, it's Sarin. She looked at me, eyes wide, flickering. Did she find you? Yes. She always finds us. She's not hostile. Number. She's lonely. That's worse. Domna pressed something into my hand. A drawing, same style, same crayon marks, same child. But this time, she was crying, bleeding. A note at the bottom. If you forget me again, I won't come back. Domna grabbed my collar. Every time we loop, we lose more of her. She's made of memory. Yes, she said, and we're erasing her. I stood, looked down the hall. The walls didn't hum anymore. They whispered. Why did you invent her? Domna asked. I didn't answer, because I didn't know. But deep down, some part of me did, to give the horror a shape, to give the spiral a witness, someone I could trust because I made her. And now, she was more real than me. The cult didn't fight us. They didn't run. They didn't hide. They just stood there, silent, bare, emotionless, hands folded, eyes open, smiling. It wasn't war. It was invitation. We'd found a cluster near the old manufactorum, 19 figures in the main atrium. No weapons, no symbols, not even robes, just blank jumpsuits and bare feet in ash. They stared at the wall, unblinking. We surrounded them, bolters raised, flamers primed. Domna counted down. 3, 2, 1. We opened fire. It should have worked. The air filled with screams of promethium ignition, the flash of hellfire illuminating every surface. For a moment, the entire room lit up, like a sun had been born inside the hive. But the cultists didn't burn. The fire touched them and stopped, paused, like heat had forgotten what it was. The flame shimmered around their forms, and then folded inward, not extinguished, consumed. One by one, the flames vanished. No smoke, no scent, no ash, just 19 smiling cultists, still staring at the wall. Domna screamed, pulled her sidearm, fired into the nearest skull. The bolt struck and disappeared. No sound, no ricochet, no blood, just absence. She fired again and again. Nothing. They didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't even turn. I checked my flamer, still full. I sprayed the floor in front of them. The fire lit briefly, then was sucked toward their feet and vanished again. Domna whispered the truth before I could say it. They unlearned how to burn. I fell back into the corridor, heart hammering, body shaking. The rest of the team retreated, guns still raised, senses raw. One of the newer acolytes, Vernon, was shaking his flamer like it was jammed. It's not the fuel, he said. It's reality. Another voice from behind him. No, it's them. We turned. Maltrix stood in the shadows, still pristine, still unreadable. He stepped forward, no weapon drawn, just the usual slate in his hand, and a new phrase written on it. They reject the laws of consequence. He looked at each of us. You tried to burn them. Yes, I said. You expected them to suffer. Yes. Then you're still thinking like a servant of the throne. What else should I be? He didn't smile, didn't blink, just stared. They are not against you. They are after you. That stopped me cold. Explain. Maltrix walked past us, stopped in front of the nearest cultist, didn't raise a weapon, didn't flinch. He placed his palm on the man's forehead. The man smiled wider, then whispered, We already won. We fell back to a secondary chamber, sealed the doors, thick ceramite, double reinforced blast locks, every countermeasure active. I ran diagnostics on the flame units. All green, fuel intact, pressure steady. But every test came back cold. We lit fires in controlled burn chambers. They worked. But the moment we lit a flame near a cultist image, even a drawing, it died. Like the thought of them made combustion impossible, Domna paced. They're rewriting cause and effect. They're unbinding it, Vernon said. Not rewriting, just forgetting how the rules work. Maltrix leaned against the wall. They've chosen subtraction. We turned. He held up his slate, one new phrase. To burn, you must first be. And they were choosing not to be. He said it aloud this time. They're removing themselves from physics. No, I said. They're removing physics from themselves. We stared at each other for a long time. Then I spoke the thought none of us wanted to admit. If they can't burn, we can't kill them. No one disagreed, because we all knew the truth. The only way to stop a cultist is to make them die. And they'd already chosen not to. Later that shift cycle, we received a report from the forward acolyte line. A fire team had collapsed in the substruts. No injuries, no combat, just stopped moving. When we arrived, we found them kneeling, hands folded, eyes open, staring into the dark. Their gear lay beside them, untouched, no signs of struggle. But when we tried to move them, they smiled. One whispered, "We saw the flame, it showed us what it cannot do." Domna raised her weapon. I stopped her. Too late. She fired. The acolyte caught fire, but only for a moment. The flame hovered, paused, then vanished, and where the flame had touched his skin, no skin remained. Not burned, not scorched, just not there. Like it had been skipped, deleted, a negative space where tissue should have been. Vernon dropped his flamer, fell to his knees. Thrown. It's a logic plague. Maltrix stepped beside him. Number logic is too structured. What then? A thought virus, spreading through emotion, belief, pattern dot. I closed my eyes. The hum returned. 11 seconds, pulsing, and then one whisper, not heard. Felt. Flame was always a lie. I tried burning the journal, the one I recovered from the temple, the scripture of unmaking. It didn't light, even in isolation, even in a sealed chamber. I soaked it in accelerant, still nothing. I sliced it open with the knife. It bled, not ink, not blood, absence, a spreading void where paper had been. It began eating my gloves. I dropped it. The book folded in on itself, became a cube, then a sphere, then a line, then a single point of darkness on the floor. Then gone. Maltrix observed from the corner. Every time you try to erase them, he said, you add a new word to their scripture. Then what do we do? He didn't answer. Instead, he showed me a new line on his slate. You must become subtraction to fight it. I looked at the knife on my belt. Still humming, still warm. Still waiting to be used in the right way. Not to kill, to cancel, to remove the conditions for existence. And I whispered, then who do I subtract first? Maltrix smiled. We needed to know what was real. We gathered what remained of the team. 6 of us, maybe 7. The number changed each time I counted. Domna was still with me, I think. Vernon hadn't spoken since the failed purge. The others, some I remembered, some I didn't, and some I remembered forgetting. That was the worst part. The guilt for people I didn't recognize. The ache of missing comrades whose names had no shape. We met in the comms vault, triple sealed, Vox scrambled, null shielded. A dead space, in theory, untouched by the cult's contagion. That was the theory. The theory was wrong. Domna started the audit. We each wrote our own name. Unit designation, last known assignment, last meal, favorite prayer, small details, things that anchor you. Then we swapped data slates, read each other's entries, line by line. Nobody matched. I looked at Domna's slate. Her name, Carix Dolma. Unit, the Thorned Veil. Assignment, Cartographia Obscura Segmentum Tempestus. None of it was true, but she swore it was. She stared at mine and whispered, "You've never been Sarin Vel." The others compared notes. Vernon's data had him born on Volistad Prime. He claimed it was Caldera 9. 2 names, 2 birthplaces, same memories, then the worst one. Acolyte Gennel showed his slate, and it was blank, but he remembered writing it. Could quote every answer. We gave him a new slate. He wrote them again. The moment we looked away, blank again. Only this time he couldn't remember what he'd written. Domna began to cry, but the tears didn't fall from her eyes, they just appeared on her face, like the memory of weeping had been applied as an overlay. She wiped them away and said, "I don't know if I'm real anymore." None of us answered, because we didn't know if we were either. We tried timestamps. Each person activated a chronometer, set to the same second, synchronized. Then we waited 60 seconds in silence. When we checked the readings, 6 different times. Domna's was 58 seconds. Mine, 73. Vernon's read, null. Gennel's, never. He stared at the word, like it had betrayed him. I don't remember activating it. I did. We all saw him. But his hand trembled now. He looked thinner. Older. He asked, "How long have I been here?" No one answered, because every answer might be true, or false, or both. And the more we tried to pin it down, the more it squirmed. Time wasn't flowing anymore. It was pooling, and we were drowning in it. Next came the object test. Simple items, tools, badges, tokens. Each person passed theirs around. Everyone described what they saw. Vernon's Rosarius changed 3 times. First, the Aquila. Then a blank disc. Then a spiral. Each one swore it was different. We recorded it, watched the footage, and saw 3 versions overlap simultaneously, like the object was being rendered by competing realities. Then came the sound test. We each repeated a prayer, word for word, same syllables, same meter, then played the recordings. Each one was wrong, not distorted, not corrupted, just different. Different words, different tone, different faith. Mine said, "Blessed be the unbinding." That's not what I said, but it was my voice, and everyone else heard the same, even Domna. "Then it's in our memories," she whispered. "No," said Maltrix. We turned. He was already sitting there, had been the whole time. "Not your memories," he said, "your context." "What?" "Reality is built from shared reference. The cult has severed it. You no longer interpret the same stimuli. You are alone in meaning." Vernon coughed. "Then how are we still speaking?" Maltrix smiled. "Because language hasn't caught up yet." We tried silence. A full hour. No words, no writing, just observation. We watched each other, studied expression, movement, breath. But even then, discrepancies grew. Domna blinked too often. Vernon's reflection lagged behind his motion. Gennel's shadow changed shape when no one was looking. And I forgot I was watching. 4 times, I'd look away, come back, ask who I was observing, only to be told, myself. I stood once, heard movement behind me, turned, and saw the back of my own head, then blinked, and it was gone. Domna whispered again, "Which one of us is the original?" Vernon said, "There's no original." Maltrix added, "There never was. When we couldn't trust perception, we tried pain. Simple enough. Cut the skin, record the response." Domna volunteered, a shallow blade across her palm. The blood didn't come, not immediately. Then too much. Then none again. It looped. Each time she looked at it, the wound changed. Scarred, fresh, gone, open, closed. She handed me the blade. I refused. Maltrix didn't. He sliced his arm cleanly, then passed the knife to Vernon. Same mark, same depth, but on the wrong arm. Left, not right. I looked at both of them. Same knife, same motion, different limbs. We tried to discuss it, but each time we said left or right, the others disagreed. We played back the recordings, and there were no wounds, just hands slicing air. No cuts, no blades, no blood, just pantomime. Domna dropped the slate. "Reality is refracting," Maltrix nodded, "and each shard believes it's whole." That was when I knew the audit had failed. Because audits assume a shared truth, a base layer, a foundation. We had none. And when you don't share truth, you don't share existence. Vernon started to fade first, not visibly, conceptually. One moment he was mid-sentence, then the word ended, and there was no one there. Not vanished, not teleported. Just not referenced, like the world had stopped calling him. Domna dropped to her knees. I saw it. He forgot to be. Gennel screamed. I'm still here, I'm still here. Then stopped, because he wasn't sure anymore. I touched my face. Felt 5 fingers, counted them, 6, 7, back to 5, I whispered. Sarin Vel. Domna stared at me. You keep saying that, like it means something. Maltrix handed me his slate. 1 sentence. Your name is the last lie holding you together. We ended the audit, or tried to. We stood to leave, and the door was gone. We looked up. The walls had changed. Smoother, blank, no vents, no cracks, no marks, no exit. Domna ran her hands across the steel. No handles, no hinges, no memory of entering. We looked at each other, and for a moment, I didn't recognize her, not just her face, her voice, her stance, her presence. It was new, uncatalogued, unfamiliar. Maltrix sighed. We're past containment. I asked, how do we fight this? He replied, you don't fight a dream, you wake up. And I finally said what none of us dared. What if this is the waking? We found them in the generatorium, all of them, dozens, standing in silence, mouths open, no sound, no breath, just stillness, like statues cast in mid-song, except we could hear it, a chant, not in the air, not in the vox, but in the mind, low, droning, no syllables, no rhythm, just pressure, a weight on thought. Each note hit, not the ears, but memory. Domna whispered, they're singing without sound. Maltrix corrected her, number their thinking in chorus. We circled them, 73 figures. Bare skin, burned sigils, eyes wide, mouths locked open as if mid-hymn. No movement, not even blinking, but the chant, that mental vibration, deepened the longer we watched. Vernon dropped to one knee, held his head. They're pushing into me. Domna gripped his shoulder. What do you mean? They're borrowing my thoughts. And then he started humming. No sound left his lips. But I felt it, a new thread in the pressure, his thread. The cult was recruiting cognition, not through ideology, not through miracles, just by inserting themselves into the bandwidth of thought, turning minds into speakers, and none of us could turn it off. I activated a null field, one of the strongest we had left. The hum vanished. Relief, silence, air. Then Maltrix collapsed, eyes wide. He gasped, you stopped them. Isn't that what we wanted? Number U didn't mute the chant. You muted your brain's response. His fingers twitched. They're still chanting. But I can't hear them, which means they're underneath hearing now. I turned off the null field. The pressure returned. But it wasn't pain. It was structure, a framework made of attention. Domna backed away. They're building something. Where? She pointed to her head. Here, then at the others, and here, then at the floor, the walls, the lights, and everywhere. We recorded the scene. Each of us wore audio relays, but when we played back the footage, nothing, no sound, no visuals. The cultists didn't appear on the recordings, only blank footage, as if the world refused to admit they were ever present, even though we watched them live. Maltrix offered his theory. They've moved into pre-observation. What? They exist before the thought, before you even recognize them. They're already there. Vernon spoke, but his voice was wrong. Too low, too many. They do not need your language. We turned. His mouth didn't move, but we all heard it, in our bones, our marrow, as if every syllable was carved into the blood that kept us alive. Maltrix raised a hand. Back. We all stepped away. Vernon stood slowly. He smiled and mouthed, I'm still here. But the voice that followed wasn't his. You are not you. And then he collapsed, still breathing, still whole, but empty. No thoughts, no dreams, just shape. Domna sobbed. They overwrote him. No, I said. They recorded him. Like a chant, a verse, a layer. One more harmonic in the hive's growing song. We tried removing him, carried him to an isolated ward, sealed the doors, scrubbed the air. Domna watched over him. She read prayers from the book of Saint Scintilla, chanted purity litanies, cried his name again and again. Vernon, Vernon, it's Domna. He blinked once, then again, and whispered, "You're too loud." Domna froze. "I'm trying to bring you back." He smiled, but it wasn't his smile. "Then lower your thoughts." That was when we knew. They weren't possessing us. They were tuning us. Each person was a channel, a note, a frequency, and the cult was creating music out of mind. Domna turned to me, tears burning down her face. "What do we do?" Maltrix answered before I could. "We dissonate." We assembled a counter pattern. Sonic disruptors, flash tones, psychic jammers, anything to interrupt the chant, not destroy, just disrupt, create contradiction. The only thing stronger than structure is conflict. We activated the disruptors in sequence. They sang a new pattern, chaotic, unstable, full of asymmetry. The chant faltered. For the first time, one cultist blinked, another twitched, one staggered. Their mouths remained open, but the song wavered. Domna screamed, "It's working!" We increased the output. The lights dimmed. The air cracked. Then one cultist screamed, real sound, piercing, painful, then two, then four. Their mouths closed. Their bodies began to fold inward, crushed by dissonance, by disagreement, by thought that refused harmony. And for a moment, one moment, we saw them falter. Reality flickered. The walls stretched. Our own minds ached. The chant broke, and for the first time in days, silence. Vernon gasped awake, cried, "I'm still me." Domna held him, so did I. Even Maltrix lowered his slate, but it didn't last, because in the silence, something answered, a deeper tone, lower, older, no voice, just intention. A tone so pure it made our teeth bleed, our eyes water, our names shake inside our skulls. Maltrix turned to us, horrified. The song was a beacon, Domna whispered. We thought it was the end. Maltrix shook his head. It was the beginning. Because the chant wasn't a tool, it was a summoning. A song designed to reach something that can't hear words. And now it was coming. The cultists didn't die. They just collapsed into spirals. Their bodies folded until they resembled glyphs, curved lines, silent symbols. Like punctuation marks in a sentence no human could read. And the room pulsed, lights flickered, air bent, time yawned, reality hiccuped, and then from the walls. The chant began again. No mouths, no bodies, just space itself singing. And we knew. It wasn't them anymore. It was the world. The world was remembering a song it was never meant to sing. And we had become its choir. Not now, not ever again. The walls whispered it. The air carried it. Our thoughts echoed it. Even silence held a harmony. There was no refuge. We could no longer think without singing. And Inquisitor Maltrix began to crack. It started with his slate. The text changed, line by line. Not his handwriting, not his phrasing, not his grammar, but still his slate. We watched it in real time. One moment, standard report. Next moment, symbols not of any known script, curved, inverted, recursive. The slate hummed when no one touched it. Vernon approached. It blinked, once, then displayed a single line. Maltrix never existed. We turned to him. He was still writing, still calm, but slower, less coordinated, like he was struggling with a language he no longer remembered. Domna asked, "Sir, what is that?" He didn't look up. "I don't know." "Then why are you writing it?" He paused, hand trembling, then said, "Because I already did." Later, I found him sitting in the prayer chamber, alone, unarmed, reading an empty codex, every page blank. He flipped them slowly, one by one, as if reading verses only he could see. "Are you all right?" I asked. He nodded. "I'm just catching up." "On what?" My memories. He looked up, smiled. It was the kind of smile a corpse wears in its coffin. Still, tense, incorrect. They're returning in the wrong order, he said. I remember my death first. Death? Yes, he whispered. I remember it perfectly. When did it happen? He looked past me. 13 minutes from now. Domna insisted we restrain him, not out of fear. Out of mercy, he was unraveling faster than the rest of us. Talking backwards sometimes, standing in the wrong places. Twice I saw him walk into a corridor that didn't exist, only for it to form around him. He was becoming dislocated. Time no longer held him the same way. We bound him to a chair. No cruelty, just safety, and he didn't resist. Good, he said. Now I'll stop spreading it. Spreading what? I asked. He smiled. The absence, and then said something that shattered the last certainty we had. You've been interrogating me this whole time. I didn't sleep that cycle. Couldn't. Sleep implies boundaries, and there were none left, just slow transitions from one horror to the next. In the morning, if there was a morning, Multrix began to speak, not to us, to someone else, or something. No, I don't regret it, he whispered. A pause. Yes, he's here. Another pause. I haven't told him yet. Another. I will. I stepped into the chamber. He looked at me, then his mouth opened. But his voice came from behind me. I turned. No one there. Just a reflection in a glass pane. My reflection, speaking in his voice. Do you believe you were chosen? It said. I didn't answer, because I couldn't, because I was now watching myself listen, and the reflection didn't match, not anymore. It smiled without me, moved its mouth differently, and then whispered, he lied to you. Domna brought me back, pulled me from the chamber. We sealed Multrix inside. He didn't scream, didn't beg, he just smiled, and began writing again, not with slate, with air. His finger moved across nothing, and the lines he drew stayed, hung in space like glowing ink, each one shaped like unwritten thoughts. The longer we watched, the harder it became to look away. So we left, sealed the bulkhead. I placed a purity seal on the hatch and whispered a prayer I didn't believe in, because faith requires identity, and I was losing both. Hours later, the chanting stopped. Not because it ended, but because we stopped noticing. That was when we heard the scream, one name, ours, all of ours, simultaneously. Vel, Domna, Vernon, help. We ran, unsealed the chamber, opened the door. Multrix was gone, the restraints still bound, the chair empty, and on the walls, a timeline, but not drawn, written through the steel, not scratched, not burned, absorbed. Every moment we'd lived since Hive Shrike 4, etched like narrative into the Hive's bones. And at the very end, one phrase, he was never born. Domna stared. He didn't die. I nodded. He never existed. She touched the wall. We remembered him. We knew him. He was our anchor. Now he's a ghost of memory. Vernon stepped forward, read the line again, then collapsed. Then we're next. I sat alone that cycle, let the darkness crawl across my boots. The hymns were distant now, not because they were quieter, but because they were mine. The song had entered me, not as possession, as structure, like an old lesson I was finally remembering. I checked my own slate, no entries. Then I blinked. One line appeared. Do you remember writing this? I didn't. I scrolled. Another appeared. Would you remember if you never stopped? Then another. You are the scribe now. And in that moment, I understood what Multrix had become. Not corrupted, not possessed, just hollowed, to make room, to become the ink for a song no one else could write. I dropped the slate, and from somewhere distant, I heard his voice one last time. I never existed, but I remember you. We relied on the knoll field like it was a wall, a last barrier between our minds and the madness, a line we told ourselves the warp couldn't cross. But by the time Multrix disappeared, the field had already begun to bleed. It didn't break, it didn't collapse, it just leaked, like the machine spirit no longer knew how to pray. The room still hummed, barely, like an engine gasping through its last cycle. Domna adjusted the generator coils. Vernon read the canticles aloud, slowly, syllable by syllable. I monitored the stability runes, all green, all correct, but the air was warm. That wasn't possible. A functioning null field produces vacuum stillness, emotionless, colorless, empty. But I smelled ozone, felt a breeze, saw shadows that had no source. And when I blinked for just a second, the lights were red, not flashing, just tinted, like someone had changed the hue of reality. Domna stepped back from the generator. Her hands were shaking. I don't think it's running. I looked at the readings again. Still green, still functional. She whispered, "Number, I mean us. We're not null anymore." The first hard sign came when Vernon convulsed. Mid-prayer, he dropped the canticle slate, spasmed against the console. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth opened, wide, too wide, as if his jaw had forgotten bone. He spoke. No language, just emotion. We felt it before we heard it. Grief, isolation, recognition. He said one word. Not aloud, not in any tongue, just burned into our belief. "Brother." Domna grabbed him, held him down. "I can't reach him. He's not gone. He's echoing." Vernon whispered again, lips twitching. "You called. It came." We sealed the room, powered down the coils. The null field sputtered, then shut off entirely. For a heartbeat, everything was quiet, the kind of quiet that screams. Then every data slate in the chamber lit up. They hadn't been powered. We hadn't touched them, but they activated. All of them, and displayed a single line. Null is an assumption. The temperature dropped. Lights dimmed. Gravity shifted, not lost, just hesitant. I floated for half a second, then slammed back to the ground. Domna screamed, not from fear, from disorientation. The room no longer respected cause and effect. Every law we'd trusted was in negotiation. I turned to the backup emitter, one of the old models, pre-heresy era, still used ancient psalm keys. I activated it manually, recited the opening rites, from flesh, silence, from silence, purity, from purity, denial. It whirred, hummed, lit up, then went dark, not off. Dark. The emitter didn't stop working. It stopped being, just vanished, not into the air, into less, like existence had retracted its permission. Domna touched the spot where it had been. Her fingers twitched. It's cold. But the field's off. No, she shivered. It's not just cold, it's remembering cold. That's when I saw the first crack. In the air, thin, hairline, vertical. No light came through, no shadow, just a split, like someone had drawn a line down the fabric of thought itself. I reached for it and felt my name. Just that, not pain, not fear, just my name, over and over. Sarin Vel, Sarin Vel, Sarin Vel, until it no longer sounded like a name at all. We retreated, abandoned the chamber. As we left, I looked back. The crack remained, widening, not fast, but certain. Domna whispered as we sealed the bulkhead. That wasn't warp breach. No, that wasn't demonic. No. She looked at me. It was void, and she was right. The warp screams, this question mark, it listened, it absorbed, and now it wasn't leaving. We regrouped in the backup sanctum, checked our minds, our eyes, our names. Only 3 of us remained now. Domna, Vernon, me. No idea what happened to Gennel. No logs, no trace, no memory, just less. I watched Vernon sleep. His breath was shallow, his skin pale, but every exhale formed shapes. Not fog, not breath. Symbols, flickering, temporary, gone before we could trace them. Domna tried to record it. No data, just static. She whispered, "We're not breathing air anymore." What then? Concept. And suddenly that made sense. We were breathing in ideas, and some of those ideas were thinking back. Later, the lights failed. Not off, not broken. They just stopped emitting. The power still ran. The circuit still functioned. But there was no illumination, only the memory of light. We could still see, but not by photons. more like familiarity. We knew what should be there, so we saw it until we didn't, and then that room too was gone. Domna asked me a question I've never forgotten. What happens when the warp doesn't enter reality, but reality enters the warp? I didn't answer, because I knew. It was happening now. The cult hadn't summoned anything. They'd surrendered, invited the lie of stability to forget itself. And the null field, that last bastion, it didn't crack. It didn't fail. It was unwritten, like a promise we never made. And now, no one could remember why it mattered. Not even the Emperor, not even us. Only the void remained, and it was learning how to speak. They started saying my name, not just once, not in passing, over and over, in every corridor, every corner, every wall. Sarin Vel. They whispered it from the ventilation shafts. They etched it into rust. They spoke it in dead vox channels. Sarin Vel. It wasn't mocking. It wasn't threat. It was recognition. That's what terrified me. Not that they knew me, but that they remembered me. The cultists were no longer visible, not in body. They'd transcended that, gone from form to presence, yet their impact was everywhere. On the monitors, my face, not a recording, not surveillance, just my expression staring back, identical to mine. Every screen flickered to life only when I looked away, then showed a version of me watching me, blinking when I blinked, frowning when I frowned. Domna saw it too. They're shaping their reality around your identity. Why? Because your name is the last stable anchor. I didn't reply, because she was right. I was the last one still certain of who I was, until that certainty became a beacon, and the cult followed. We ran tests, audio traces across sealed rooms, none active, yet the words returned. Vel, short, clipped, clean, then longer. Sarin Vel. Then a question, why did you stay? And it wasn't just me hearing it. Vernon heard it too. So did Domna, until the voices changed. They no longer whispered, they greeted. One morning, I stepped into the corridor, and a door opened on its own. From inside, the sound of breathing. My voice. It said, "You finally arrived." I entered. Empty room. No light, only a faint hum. The same hum I'd felt since the cult's first song. But now, it was shaped, directed. A slow vibration of memory. On the far wall, etchings. Not carved, not painted, just present, like thoughts pressed into steel. I approached. Each line was a sentence. Not in Gothic, not in Low Gothic, but in Velic. That's what I called it, because it was mine. Phrases I'd written in past lives, words I'd spoken in other dreams, and one sentence stood out. "You are the chant." I stepped back. Domna's voice crackled over Vox. "Where are you?" I answered Dash, but the voice that came through was hers, spoken in my tone, and she screamed. Vernon no longer responded to questions, not out of silence, but because he answered before I asked. Every query already spoken, every statement already processed. He was ahead. We tried testing it, delayed conversation, random prompts. It didn't matter. He already knew what we were going to say. Even when we whispered behind closed bulkheads, he simply nodded. "I remember you remembering this." That's what he said, over and over, until his words weren't prophecy anymore. They were recognition, and then they stopped being his. Domna turned to me once, stared at Vernon, then at me, and said, "Is that you?" The cult's new doctrine wasn't spread through teaching. It was spread through familiarity. The more you remembered someone, the more they became echoed, replicated, dispersed, and eventually duplicated in others. I saw versions of myself on the walls, in footsteps, in breath. Each time I denied it, they repeated, "We remember you." Not with pride, not with joy, with intention, like remembering me gave them shape, like forgetting me would kill them. Domna broke down, screamed into the halls, "Forget his name, erase it, he's not real." But the walls sang, a perfect hum, in rhythm, in harmony. Sarin Vel, Sarin Vel, Sarin Vel. And I felt myself disperse, like my body was just a reflection in glass, a memory others were keeping alive. That night, I sat alone in the command vault. All locks sealed, all systems cut, null charm clutched to my chest. I opened the last log. Not mine, not Imperial, just a blank page. It filled slowly, like an invisible hand scribed each line, in blood or something close to it. First line, you are only real because they need you to be. Then another, you are the fulcrum of this unreality. Then, the more they remember, the more you exist. I wept, because I knew what came next. And it appeared. And if you forget yourself, what happens then? Domna found me hours later, or maybe days. She touched my arm gently. I jerked. My skin felt backwards, cold where it should be warm, rough where it should be smooth. She said, "They've started saying my name now." I stared. She nodded. "They moved on." I said, "Why?" "Because you're not enough anymore." "What does that mean?" She looked into my eyes. "It means the song is growing. It's learning new verses, new names, new hosts." "No." She smiled weakly. "New mirrors." And from outside the door, we heard it, chanted softly. Domna, then louder. Domna, Domna, Domna. Then, Sarin Vel. Domna, Vernon, Sarin Vel, Domna. An evolving hymn, learning us, indexing us, repeating us until we became scripture. That night, Vernon was gone. No fight, no sound, just absence. Only one thing left behind, his reflection. Still moving, still breathing, on the window of the observation deck. His last whisper, "I remember all of you." And then even that disappeared. Domna and I stood in silence. No tears, no grief, only echo, and somewhere in the hive, thousands of voices began repeating our names in perfect unity. Not as worship, not as accusation, just certainty. Because the cult didn't need to exist anymore, they just needed us to. The mirrors stopped obeying. Not suddenly, but like a secret, long-buried rising inch by inch. First, the delay. Then, the silence. Then the difference. Domna was the first to notice. She turned from the sink, stared at the small fragment of polished steel nailed to the wall and said, "That's not me." I looked. It was her shape, her armor, her skin, but the eyes were wrong, too wide, too still, and her reflection didn't blink even when she did. She touched her cheek. The reflection smiled. She didn't. I pulled her back, and the reflection just stayed, watching, not echoing, just studying. We removed every reflective surface, screens, shards, metal plates. But some things you can't remove, puddles, blood, the inside of your eyelids. We started seeing reflections inside ourselves. I closed my eyes once and saw a face pressed against the other side of my skull. Not mine, not Domna's, just observing, trapped behind the bone, smiling. When I opened them, it faded. But I knew it was still watching. The mirrors weren't tools anymore. They were windows, and someone was on the other side, someone us-shaped but hollow, not corrupted, not demonic, just constructed from us, a perfect duplicate, down to the name, the breath, the fears we whispered when we thought we were alone. Domna screamed one night. I rushed in. She was holding a jagged shard from her armor plate, staring at it. It didn't reflect her. It reflected me, but not the me in that room. The me she remembered from weeks ago, when she trusted me, when I still believed we could win. And the reflection said in my voice, "You left her." She dropped the shard. It hit the floor, bounced, showed no one, just a grey smear where faces should be. We sealed it in a null lock case, burned the room, and still, The next day, her eyes turned glassy when she passed the hallway viewport. I asked what she saw. She said, "Myself, but better. Better how?" She didn't flinch when the cultist begged. She didn't fail to kill Maltrix. She didn't let Vernon be taken. And then softer, "She knows how this ends." That was when I realized the truth. The mirror wasn't showing our reflection. It was showing our potential, our doubts, our internal contradictions, curated and made real, like the hive had learned to render regret. I went to the old Hall of Remembrance, where we kept our saint icons and purity seals. The Aquila was gone, just an outline where it had once hung. A shape burned into the wall, absent of meaning, and in its place, a mirror, perfect, untouched, rectangular, like a portrait. But no frame. I looked in, saw myself, whole, wounded, tired. Then I smiled, and my reflection didn't. It reached forward, pressed its palm against the inside of the glass, and whispered with its eyes, "This was never your side." I backed away. Domna found me later. She carried something wrapped in black cloth. Didn't speak, just unwrapped it slowly. Another mirror, but cracked, warped, held together by threads of wire and gold. I asked where she found it. "In my bed." She stared at it. "I didn't put it there." "Then who?" She met my eyes. "No one." I understood. Because there was no one left to leave it, only versions of us, reflections grown bold enough to move, to act, to replace. We performed an identity test, just her and me, blood, Vox signature, reflex alignment. We passed, but the numbers were too close. 99.9999999% match. Too perfect, like someone was copying not just us, but our margin of error. And that's not how memory works. Domna said it first. "Maybe the mirrors are the real us." I laughed. A mistake. She didn't. She was serious. "What if we're the echo?" I shook my head. "If that's true, then where did the first version go?" She didn't answer. She didn't need to, because that was the wrong question. The right one was, when did the first version forget they were first? We stopped looking in reflective surfaces, covered our eyes when crossing still water, avoided polished bulkheads. But reflections don't need surfaces anymore, they just need recognition. I passed by a doorway, saw myself inside, not walking, not speaking, just posed. Still, hands folded behind my back, waiting. I didn't stop, didn't react. But my reflection did. It tilted its head, like a teacher studying a failed student, then blinked backwards, from open to closed, then back again. We sealed the archive level, where the command mirrors were stored. But sometimes we'd hear scratching from the walls, like nails across glass. And when we investigated, nothing. But hours later, our reflections would behave differently. Out of sync, slightly, barely, but unmistakable. We tested it. We stared into each other's eyes and said a phrase, "The self is constant." Then turned to a mirror and said it again. Each time, the reflections hesitated. A pause, a blink, a micro glitch in self-recognition, and then, just once, mine whispered, "You're not the first to say that." Domna stopped talking. She only spoke through reflections. Vox static mirrored across polished steel. Her real voice, the one I knew, was now stored in glass. I begged her to stop. She just smiled. "It's safer here." "Where?" She nodded to the cracked mirror she kept under her bunk. "In the version of me that doesn't break." I wanted to smash it, but I didn't. Because I wasn't sure she wasn't right. Because her eyes, when I saw them in the real world, looked less alive than the ones in the glass, less certain, less real. The hive began reflecting itself, hallways looped, chambers mirrored and doubled. Sometimes we'd walk for hours only to arrive back at a corridor that didn't exist. The layout had become recursive, mimetic, like the architecture was trying to remember what it once was. I passed by a mirror in the wall one last time. Didn't mean to, didn't plan it, but I looked, and in the reflection, there was no me, only the hive, empty, and for the first time in all these days. That terrified me most, because maybe the mirror wasn't broken, maybe I was the one who disappeared. The hive forgot how to end. We'd walk for hours, turn corners, climb floors, mark walls, only to return to where we started. Not just similar locations, identical, the same scorch mark by the junction, the same faded poster half torn from the wall, the same blood smear, brown and dry and shaped like a screaming face, and each time the marks we left were already there, before we made them. Domna noticed it first. She painted a line of red wax across a bulkhead, thick, heavy, impossible to miss. We walked east for 27 minutes, downward, turning, left, right, left again, no backtracking, no missteps, then turned one last corner and saw the same line, already dry, already cracked, already faded. She collapsed against the wall. It didn't loop. What? She pointed at the line. It never ended. We checked the maps, standard hive schematics, cross-referenced by terrain scanners and emperor-sealed cartography rights. At first they matched, then they drifted. The corridors began shifting orientation. A north-running passage would tilt, a descending stairwell would ascend, a sealed vault would appear 2 floors above itself. Domna held up her slate. This says we're on sub-level 15. And I showed her mine. Sub-level -3. We were standing side by side. We tested it. We switched slates. Same result. The hive no longer believed in flaws. Vox channels began looping too. We'd transmit a location ping, receive it back 30 seconds later. From ourselves, the same message, the same code, the same timestamp. Sometimes we'd say a thing and hear the response before the question. Domna said once, "I feel like I'm remembering this before it happens." Then I blinked. And she hadn't said it yet. Then she said it again, exactly the same. Word for word, tone for tone, and I felt sick, like gravity forgot where down was. I marked a door, not with paint, with a wound, slashed my palm, smeared blood across the entry seal, watched it dry, watched it set. We entered, walked. 10 minutes, straight, no turns, no forks, then opened the next door. And there it was, the same blood smear, still wet, still fresh, but my hand was already bandaged, already healing. I pressed it to the smear. It fit, exactly, even the smallest scar. Domna whispered, "It's not just space, it's time." We tried retracing, backwards, step for step, didn't help. That time we returned to a corridor we didn't recognize, one we'd never been to, and our map updated, as if saying, yes, this was always here, even though we knew it wasn't, even though nothing made sense anymore. And that was the key. The hive had stopped remembering itself properly. Now it only remembered us. Where we walked, what we touched, what we feared. It was mapping our minds instead of its architecture, a psychospatial recursion. Domna began dreaming corridors. She'd wake up, covered in sweat, screaming, "No, that one goes nowhere." Or, "The stairs ate me." Or, "I opened the same door 47 times, and each time I aged." One night she said, "There's a hallway shaped like your guilt." What? I saw it, bent like a spiral, walls made of screams. I stared at her. She was shaking. "I don't want to go back." "You're not going back to sleep?" "No." She looked at me. "I'm not going back to that corridor. I didn't ask which one, because I'd already dreamed it too. The next day, we found a new map, on the wall, not painted, not projected, grown. A cluster of fungal threads had woven across the bulkhead, veined with tiny red and black filaments. Together, they formed a rough diagram. The hive, but wrong, stretched, skewed, impossibly large, and at the center, a shape labeled U, not command, not observation, not target, just you. Domna stared. This isn't a map of the hive. No, it's a map of us in the hive. We torched it, but the spores released names. We heard them whispered as the flame took hold. Ours, over and over, until we couldn't breathe. Vox signals went recursive. I sent a help request. Received the reply 10 minutes before I sent it. It said, "There is no outside." Then another signal, same channel. Help is not coming because help is not real. I shut the Vox off. Domna opened hers. Same messages, same timestamps, identical responses, as if we weren't in a loop, but in a recording, and worse. Someone was watching the playback, because one message stood out from the rest, came across at exactly 4:44. A single word. Continue. The hive's doors changed shape. Some grew teeth, not literal, not physical, just the impression of a mouth waiting to shut. Others refused to open unless we thought the right thoughts. We'd stand in front of a hatch, try every code. Nothing. Then Domna would mutter something like, "I never should have volunteered." And the door would open, not because it understood, because it remembered. The hive was now reading meaning. We were no longer explorers, no longer agents. We were narrative devices, and the story was writing itself with us. Eventually we gave up on maps. They served no function. They were static, and the hive was no longer a place. It was a question, a recursive inquiry into who we thought we were. Every step echoed with our past mistakes. Every turn brought us back to rooms we hadn't yet entered. Every exit looped, not because we walked in circles, but because the hive was our circle, our pattern, our guilt, our memory. It wasn't malfunctioning. It was rehearsing, over and over, until we got it right. Domna asked me, trembling, "What happens when we do?" I didn't answer, because I already knew. That's when the real loop would begin. The one we'd never leave. The Vox sparked to life on its own. No input, no activation, no hail, just a single tone. Sharp, sterile, like the note a child hums in a room where something is watching. Then, "This is terror." Domna and I froze. She dropped the ration slate. I nearly dropped the bolter. For a moment, neither of us breathed, because the voice was wrong, not in pitch, not in accent, but in weight. It was light, too light, like the signal had no mass, like it came from a source that had never existed. Then it repeated, "This is terror, do not reply." We isolated the signal, confirmed the channel. High Inquisitorial bandwidth, encoded with an encryption seal last used in M40.227, long abandoned, long dead. We tried replying anyway. Just once. Just one word. Confirmed. And the response. Terror is not real. Not broken. Not glitching. Not corrupted. Just direct. Statement of fact. We reran the signal check. Cross-verified satellite triangulation. It had originated from the galactic core. Exact coordinates of holy terror. But the metadata said otherwise. Transmitted. Minus 33,000 megabytes 32. Negative date. Time code outside our timeline. It wasn't just wrong. It was before the Emperor. Domna broke first. She laughed. Not real laughter. The kind that tries to hold back collapse. "It's lying." She said it over and over. "It's lying, it's lying, it's lying." Then she stopped. Whispered. "But what if it isn't?" That was the thought we didn't want to face. Not that the hive was broken, not that the cult was real, but that everything else wasn't, including Terra, including the God Emperor, including us. We brought up old broadcasts, imperial sermons, catechisms, astronomic beacon pulses, cross-checked, compared, and the results came back identical. Every sermon, every transmission, every religious rite we'd ever heard was in that signal, pre-encoded. Like Terra hadn't just sent us a message, it had sent us the pattern of belief, backdated, rewritten, familiar, but no longer true. Because if this signal came before Terra Dash, then who recorded Terra's past? And if we heard it now, who was listening when it was first sent? We scanned deeper, let the signal run, loop after loop, and new phrases began to emerge. Quiet, buried beneath the main transmission, subharmonics in the vox static, each one a whisper. You are already remembered. Do not seek origin. The center is absence. Memory is gravity. We dreamed the golden throne into being. Domna clutched her ears, screamed. I grabbed her, tried to pull her back. She bled from the nose, then from the eyes. Her vox bead shattered in her ear, and she fell unconscious. The signal stopped. No fade, just gone. And in the silence, a tone, one last whisper. Your gods are echoes. I dragged her back to the command nest, laid her down, sealed the door. Didn't speak, didn't think, just sat. I checked my gear, one by one, rechecked the field purity seals, and stopped, because my Rosarius had changed, still a circle, still bearing the aquila, but the wings were curled inward, not in flight, in containment, as if the symbol had lost its will to reach outward, and underneath, the inscription had rewritten itself, where once it read, in service to the throne eternal. Now it read, in repetition we are sustained. Domna woke after 8 hours, didn't speak, didn't ask. She just stared at her hands, then slowly lifted them to her face and whispered, "This isn't how I remember me." What? My fingers, my face, my eyes. She looked up. This isn't the me I remember being. We checked the Vox logs. They were gone. Every recording we'd made of this mission. Erased, not corrupted, just never there. Timeline backdated. Entries showing as pre-deployment, as if our investigation had always been happening. No start, no initiation, just loop. Later we received one final burst from the Terror channel, unprompted, uninvited. Just a single paragraph. The Imperium is not an empire, it is a chant repeated across void and time. Your mission is not to discover truth, but to forget origin. There is no beginning, only the memory of one. Your presence is the only validation of the past, and you are not present. We didn't reply, couldn't. There was nothing left to say, because even if it was a lie, it was a convincing one, and convincing lies reshape reality. That night, I stared into the black. No stars, no sky, just the walls of Hive Shrike 4 and the sick warmth of a world that no longer felt planetary. And I asked myself, what if Terra never existed? What if we only thought it did? What if the cult was right? Not in their rituals, not in their madness, but in their central belief that nothing is more stable than a lie everyone agrees to believe. And the Imperium, the Emperor, our gods, our laws, our structure, were just the most committed cult of all. And now? The song was remembering that. And we were the last ones hearing the truth, because we'd lived long enough to remember what we weren't supposed to. We found it behind the Vox-sealed altar in the Temple of Absence. A book, small, plain, worn leather stretched over carved bone. No clasps, no lock, no purity seal, as if no one wanted to protect it, only to forget it existed. We shouldn't have touched it. Domna said that aloud, twice, before I even opened it. The second time, her mouth didn't move, only her eyes, and that was when I realized. She was reading from memory, but we'd never seen the book before. Not in this loop, not in this version of the story. And still, she remembered its pages. Before I turned them, the first page had no ink, just impressions in the parchment, indented, like written in pressure instead of pigment. The words pulsed faintly when I touched them, not glowing, not warp light, just warm. Scribe Unit 98 Zeta, final log. Below that, do not remember this book. Domna backed away. I've read that before. Where? She shook her head. I don't know. But I have. She turned to leave, paused. I think I wrote it. The second page had a drawing, a sketch, handmade. Simple lines, but unmistakable. The hive. Hive Shrike 4. Except older. The towers weren't complete. The underhive wasn't dug. It looked like a blueprint, and beneath it scrawled, they didn't start here. This was the last place they infected. I stared at that sentence, then looked around, because the implication wasn't subtle. If this was the last place, then everywhere else had already been touched, and the cult wasn't growing. It was repeating, in each place, each time, until we noticed. The third page was blood-stained, fresh, but dry, still flaking at the edges. It read, I was assigned to record the disappearance of the previous expedition. I found myself instead. Again. Then, I remember writing this, but I also remember never existing. Then, if this log reaches another hand, you are the continuation, not the reader. The infection moves through story. It always has. I nearly dropped the book. Domna grabbed it from me. She turned 2 more pages. Her lips quivered. She stopped. Closed it. I can't. Why? It tells me how I die. We tried to destroy it. Flame didn't catch. Bolter rounds passed through. Literally through. No impact. No ash. It simply remained. Like its presence had never required matter. Domna placed it on the floor. Stared at it. Said, if the book can't be burned, maybe the story can be. What do you mean? She looked up. We stop reading. We stop existing. I didn't reply, because part of me knew she was right, and part of me still needed to know the ending, even if the ending was us. Later, we noticed something worse. Each time we opened the book, it had more pages, not appended, not written, just there. Like it was growing with us, like it was recording us live. Domna opened to the middle, read aloud. She will doubt him, but only because she's scared he is right. Then looked at me. I never said that. I nodded. You didn't, she whispered, yet. And she was right, because a few hours later, she said those exact words again. Different context, same structure, same fear. The book had written the future, and we had obeyed. We found an older data record beside the shrine, an autoquill long dried out, clasped in skeletal fingers. The scribes, still kneeling, still robed, still faced toward nothing. His skull had words etched into it, not tattooed, carved. No beginning, no record, only script. We lifted the robe, no bones beneath, just pulp, a mass of soft tissue, looped like intestines made of thought. Domna touched it, then staggered back. It's still remembering. What? She pressed her hand to her chest. I heard it speak in my own voice. We played the scribe's last Vox recording, static, then humming, then breath, then to remember is to write is to speak is to loop. They don't preach, they don't chant, they don't even believe. They just continue. Then, there was no first cultist, only the idea of one. Then silence. And in that silence, our names, mine, Domna's, spoken calmly, as if signing a document that didn't yet exist. We looked at each other, didn't speak, we didn't have to, because it was happening again. The infection wasn't viral, it was narrative, and we were now characters in its scripture. The book's final page was blank, utterly, no indentations, no warmth, nothing. But when I stared long enough, words formed, faint, drifting, like condensation on glass. This is not the end. Then gone, then back. This is the middle of someone else's ending. Then, you are being read. I closed the book, sat in silence. Domna lit a single lumen stick, watched it burn, and whispered, "Who's reading us?" I didn't answer, because deep down I think I knew. It wasn't the cult, it wasn't terror, it was whatever exists between stories. The thing that waits, listens, repeats, until it finds the version of the tale that ends with nothing left to say. They weren't bones. Not exactly. Bones don't breathe. Bones don't sweat. Bones don't blink when you look away. We found the first one in the ventilation shaft above sub-level Theta 9, wedged in tight, still dressed in sanctioned recon armor. Krieg pattern, too old, wrong colors, no matching expedition listed, but the body wasn't decomposed, it was still fresh, except it had no face, just skin stretched smooth over where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. Domna recoiled. "I know that armor." I nodded slowly. "I've worn that exact harness." Not similar, exact. Same scratches, same dent above the right pauldron, same faded serial number, VL41. We pulled it out, set it on the deck, scanned for life. No vital signs, no soul reading, but something was wrong. The Auspex showed two of us, me and another life sign directly beneath me, matching genetic markers, matching vitals, but no second body. I looked down, just me. Domna stepped back. The Auspex flickered. Now 3 readings. One hers, one mine, one unknown, labeled, recovered. We dropped the scanner. It kept beeping, then slowly. The faceless body exhaled. That wasn't the worst of it. The next corridor we breached had writing on the walls. Chalk, grease, blood, all in my handwriting. Dates, coordinates, warnings. Don't trust your next memory. Domna will betray you in version 7. Vel 41, this is the only clean loop. Don't speak. Domna didn't say a word. She was shaking because some of the notes were signed with her name. Others weren't signed at all, just initials. And one line said, "If you're reading this, you already lost." We followed the markings. They led us to an old ops station. Standard design, dust thick, no power. But the data slate was still active, barely, battery drained, flickering, inside, mission logs. Tag, Inquisition Recon 7th Detachment. Leader, Sarin Vel. Operative, Domna Creel. Date, null. Location, Hive Shrike 4, same as ours. But the mission date was listed as M44.001, 2,000 years in the future, and the last log entry. We found ourselves already dead. Don't wait to confirm. Then another line barely visible. This message has been left 23 times. We shut the slate, turned to leave, and found 3 more bodies, stacked, covered in dust, same gear, same faces. One had my own dog tags, stamped clearly. No mistaking it. The next had Domna's voice recording embedded in the larynx chip. It activated as we approached. If you've made it this far, you still think you're original. Then silence, then static, then her voice again. You're not. Domna turned away. Didn't speak for the rest of the cycle. She wouldn't look at me. I understood, because I wasn't sure she was the original anymore either. The next room held a wall of portraits, all drawn by hand, dozens, some crude, some beautiful, each one labeled Sarin Vel or Domna Creel, some smiling, some weeping, some burning, but none of them quite right. Every detail was slightly off, eyes a little too wide, mouths a little too still, and one, just one, was perfect. It was me, exactly, down to the scar across my brow, down to the guilt behind my eyes, and underneath, version 17, final observer. I reached to touch it, and the face blinked. Domna found the next door. It was labeled, never opened. She asked if we should leave it. I didn't answer, because deep inside I'd already seen this door, in dreams, in dead-end corridors, in rooms I'd never been inside but still remembered. We opened it, inside dash, nothing, not empty. Nothing, a space that refused dimension, no walls, no shape, only pressure, a kind of gravitational sadness, and inside it, a data pad, still flickering. Reading, we tried to purge the loop, we only taught it to learn. The hallway beyond was familiar, uncomfortably so. Domna stopped walking. I think we've done this. What? This step, this sequence, this exact argument. I opened my mouth. She said, "You're about to tell me it doesn't matter." I closed it. She stared at me. You were right. Version 6 was cleaner. What are you talking about? She shook her head. It doesn't matter. You always forget. I stepped closer. Domna, what version is this? She stared through me and said, 24. That night I dreamed the mission briefing. Not from months ago, from now, from tomorrow. And it wasn't delivered by High Inquisitor Marn. It was delivered by me, standing in the light, explaining Hive-Shrike 4's risks, its pattern echoes, its recursive memory fields, and behind me, Domna, not looking at me, looking at someone else, another me, and her words were, "We're still not real." I woke screaming, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't remember falling asleep, and my armor had new scratches, exactly where I remembered dying before. We burned the corpses, all of them, even ours. Yes, even ours, because that was the only way to be sure. The bodies might have been from the past, or the future, or from loops we hadn't lived yet, but if they could walk again, if the Hive wanted to reanimate versions of us, we couldn't let that happen. We watched the flames rise, watched our own eyes burn, watched our hands curl into themselves. Domna whispered, "If we can't prove we're the originals, maybe we don't deserve to survive this version." I didn't argue, because I couldn't anymore, because maybe survival was just a new version of failure, and we'd failed every time before. It started with a gap, a moment of confusion, a second I couldn't place. I blinked. Domna was gone. I blinked again. She was back. But when I asked where she went, she said, "I never left." She was holding a data slate I didn't recognize. It had my notes on it, my handwriting, except I didn't remember writing any of it, and the log was dated 3 days ahead. I checked my internal chronometer. M42.789 2007. I checked Domna's. M42.789 2004. We synced them. 2 hours later we checked again. Mine had jumped forward by 36 minutes. Hers had gone backward by 14. Neither of us had touched them. Neither had slept. Neither had left each other's sight. And still, our time was out of sync, not just subjectively. Physically, we were desynchronized from each other. The real panic started when we found our supply crates, still sealed, still where we left them, but half rotted, canned rations decayed, fluids coagulated. The machine spirit of the purity seal no longer responded. Our armor systems flagged the food as several years expired. Domna stared at her canister. I packed this 2 weeks ago. I scanned mine. Time signature, 14 months. I shook it. Heard something slosh inside, opened it. Nothing, not emptiness, nothing, not even air. Like it never contained anything to begin with. Domna whispered, "It's eating our past." We set alarms, timers, redundancies, posted vox echoes of our positions. None of it worked. Each time the alarm sounded, we were somewhere else. Not dramatically far, not across the hive, but just slightly off, down a different corridor, facing a different direction, standing over bodies we hadn't killed yet, and always. Time had moved, sometimes an hour, sometimes 3. Once, 17 hours passed in a blink. I remembered none of it, and Domna, she remembered too much. Events that never happened, fights we never had, missions we never took. I asked how she knew. She didn't answer, just stared at me with the kind of sorrow reserved for funerals. We wrote timestamps on our arms. Every hour, a new line. By day's end I had 6. Domna had 32. I confronted her, asked if she was lying. She said nothing, just turned over her forearm. And there, in my own handwriting, "You asked this already." I didn't remember, but the ink was dry, old, not fresh. I peeled back my sleeve, found a line of writing I hadn't noticed, written in blood, also mine. "Stop trying to track the loop, you've already lost." Then came the memories. Not just ours, others. I remembered being someone else. For hours, a tech priest named Yalv. Short, heavy, smelled of ozone and iron. I remembered his voice, his prayers, his death. Flayed alive by a sound that wasn't a sound. Then I woke. Domna standing over me, asking what year it was. I told her. She wept, because to her it was 2 years earlier. And in her mind, she'd never left Terra. We tried to leave marks again, but now they changed. A message I wrote on the wall, "Still here, still me, still Vel," was found later as, "Still here, still not me, still Vel." One letter changed each time we checked. Each time it felt more honest. Each time I wondered how long until it said, "Still here, still not me, not Vel." Domna's notes disappeared altogether. Her journal vanished from her pack. She didn't remember writing it, but I did, and when I tried to describe it, she said I was lying, or worse. That I was the one who'd forgotten what she was supposed to be, and I didn't argue. Because maybe she was right, because maybe we weren't partners anymore. Just parallel regressions, intersecting at false memories. Sleep brought no relief, only blackouts. I'd blink and be somewhere else. Domna once vanished for 3 entire days. I counted, marked every hour. When she returned, she looked older. Not much, but enough. Hair slightly longer, eyes more sunken. She said she remembered a desert of minds. No hive, no stars, just thoughts, trapped in endless orbit. And she saw me there, but I didn't speak, didn't move, just stared back at her. From inside a mirror made of fire. She said I screamed her name without sound, and she left me there. She still won't say why. We stopped trusting what we saw. Started filming everything, body cams, micro-rec logs, automatic footage. It didn't help. The recordings changed. Footage would rewind on its own. Frames would loop infinitely, or fast forward past key moments, and always, there was one frame near the end, where we'd both be staring at the camera, not blankly, not naturally, just aware, like we knew someone would watch, and our eyes would say, "This isn't the first time," even when it felt like it was, especially when it did. The worst came at what we called the Clockwell Chamber, an ancient gear shaft near the hive's power core, old, rusted, still turning, barely, and on the walls thousands of scratches, all vertical, all tallied, years, decades, centuries. At the bottom, a single line etched deeper than the rest. "Do not count. It gives the time power." Domna began crying, said she remembered scratching some of the marks. I asked when. She said, "Tomorrow." And I believed her, because part of me remembered it too, because I'd seen her knife, still bloody, when I turned my back. Eventually we lost the sun, not metaphorically, literally. We checked our celestial readings. The local star was gone. The planetary orbit had changed. No light, no warmth. The hive didn't freeze. It just accepted the absence, like it always knew it didn't orbit anything. And that was the final clue. Time was never ours to begin with. It belonged to the hive, or whatever lives beneath it, and it was only ever on loan. Now, it was calling in its debt, and we had nothing left to pay with, except ourselves. Domna forgot my name. That was the first sign. She blinked mid-sentence, looked up at me, then paused, eyes wide, not confused, empty. "Who?" She didn't finish. I said, "Sarin." She flinched like I'd struck her. "No." "What?" She backed up, shook her head. "You're not him." I stepped forward. "Domna, you're not him. Sarin died yesterday. I remember it. But I'm here. Number, you're just wearing his pattern." She wouldn't look at me after that. Not directly, always at the space beside me, as if afraid eye contact would confirm her suspicion, or undo it. I watched her scribble something in her data slate. Later that cycle, I checked it while she slept. Only one sentence. "Don't believe him. He believes it now, too." I put the slate back, didn't wake her, because she wasn't wrong. I did believe it now, that I might not be me, that Sarin Vel had died in one of the skipped hours, and what remained was an echo still trying to pass as human. The dreams became worse, not nightmares, just contradictions. I dreamed of standing on Terra. I dreamed of being born on Mars. I dreamed of watching my own interrogation by the Inquisition, my own execution. Sometimes I dreamed Domna and I had never met. Other times, we were married, and in every version, I remembered them equally. Same intensity, same emotional weight, all memories, none real. And the worst part, each time I woke, I believed whichever one I'd just had. Until the next dream rewrote me again, and again, and again, until belief itself meant nothing. We found a mirror. Not a broken one, a perfect one. Old, gilded, framed in brass marked with symbols we didn't recognize. No filth, no reflection warping, just a mirror, except when I looked in it, I saw three of me. One clean-shaven, one bloodied, one with no eyes. I turned to Domna. She saw herself, dead, laid out on an inquisitorial slab, autopsy tools beside her, a purity seal stapled across her heart. She collapsed, muttering, "I remember that." But she'd never died. I reached for her. My hand in the mirror moved faster, then slower, then in reverse. Not an image, not a reflection, a memory fragment replaying out of sync. We abandoned the mirror, but its images lingered. Later, when I closed my eyes, I still saw them, flickering like dying cogitator footage, and I could feel other Sarins living inside me, some calm, some rabid, One whispered constantly, every time I blinked. Every time I stood still long enough to think. He said, "You were never whole, you've always been many." I whispered back, "No." And he laughed, not like me, exactly like me, because maybe we were the same, just not in the same sequence. Domna found something worse, a page, torn from a book we didn't carry, just lying in the corridor. Old, frayed, words barely visible, but they described her, in full, height, hair color, voice modulation, mission history, even private thoughts she never wrote down. At the bottom, currently version 3.5, approaching fragmentation. She didn't cry, she just sat down, stared at it, and whispered, "How many Domnas are there?" I didn't answer. But inside, I remembered more of her than I should have, more than one lifetime could hold. And it broke something in me. That night she asked me something that cracked my spine. "Do you remember my father's name?" I didn't. I should have. We'd talked about him once, or I'd thought we had. But I remembered 3 different names: Jereth, Marn, Holland. Each one came with a complete memory, voice, face, smell of incense or leather or gun oil, each real, each wrong. She saw it in my eyes, and nodded, softly. "You're fading too." Then handed me the slate, new sentence, fresh ink. "He still thinks he's Sarin, use that." I didn't confront her, because I was scared she was right, because I needed to think I was Sarin, not just to survive, but to stay sane, because identity was now currency, and I had none to spare. We began seeing other memories bleed into reality, projected onto walls, flickering in reflective metal. Once we saw an entire room flicker. And briefly, it wasn't Hiveshrike. It was a home, a modest apartment on Calth, framed photos, warm light, the smell of real bread. I said, "This was mine." Domna said, "No, it was mine." We stood in silence, and then the room dissolved again, replaced by rust and ruin and static. The hive laughed, not with sound, with recognition. Our bodies changed next, tiny shifts. I shaved, my facial hair grew back differently. Domna's voice modulator pitched half a note lower. Our DNA readings began to diverge, not from each other, from ourselves. Baselines mutated, time of exposure unknown, parameters corrupted. The infection wasn't in the air, not in the food, not in the cult. It was in memory, and memory is stored everywhere. Brain, skin, blood, the soul, even data. We checked the ship logs again, found missions we hadn't taken, lives we hadn't lived, but felt. Exactly. The final sign, I remembered dying. Multiple times. Not near death, not dreams, actual death. Once by void exposure, once crushed under collapsing spires, once, most disturbingly, stabbed by Domna in the back. Each time I saw myself from the outside, like I was watching me die. Not from a soul leaving a body, but like someone who'd seen it before, read it before, and every time I woke, I was in the hive again. Same place, same moment, same choices, until the memories started to bleed together, and now, I'm not sure which one I'm living, or which one is still waiting to happen. The order came from Inquisitor Multrix himself. Final command, cleanse Hiveshrike 4, total orbital purge. Atmosphere stripping virus bomb paired with tectonic destabilization charges. Domna and I stood inside the Vox relay chamber as the authorization codes flickered across the hololith. Purge Protocol 9 null, confirmed. The logic was sound. If the cult was embedded in memory, if it was infecting thought, identity, and time, then sterilization was the only option. Erase the hive, erase the signal, erase us, Erase everything. We agreed. We had to. We didn't speak when the timer activated, just watched the countdown begin. 4 hours. It felt both too fast and too late. We didn't leave the relay station, didn't try to evacuate. There were no shuttles left, no corridors that led up, only loops, hallways that circled back. Domna tried once, ran full tilt toward the service elevator, came back through the opposite door, panting. I ran a straight line. You didn't. I saw myself running ahead of me. I nodded. We stopped trying after that. We knew, even if we left, the hive wouldn't let go. At hour 3, the Vox systems flickered. The countdown paused, only for a second, just a blink, then resumed. But the display had changed. Now it read 3000, loop 1. I scrolled the system log. It had restarted. Not the bomb, the memory of the countdown. Same timer, same display, same logs. But we weren't repeating it. We were inside its echo. I opened the access log. Saw 3 prior detonation attempts. All failed. All listed as executed. All in the past. I hadn't lived them, but I remembered them now. And each time, I had died differently. Domna watched me from the corner of the chamber, her eyes unfocused, voice quiet. They don't fear death, Sarin. Who? She gestured at the wall, the floor, the air, the cult, the hive, the thing beneath it all. She paused. They fear memory. I didn't understand. Until the power flickered, only for a moment. Then came the sound, a screech, number, not mechanical, not human. It was recollection. A scream we hadn't heard yet but remembered. It echoed across the Voxnet, and every relay in the hive responded with one phrase: we remember fire. I pulled up the targeting interface, manually armed the virus payload. The codes flickered, then scrambled, every letter reversed, then erased, then came back, slightly different, now reading, we do not consent to be forgotten. The hive was resisting, not physically, but conceptually. The concept of cleansing was being rewritten in the system memory. I tried inputting the codes again, each key press rearranged as I typed, like the cogitator was thinking faster than me, like the bomb itself didn't want to be remembered as a bomb, just as an idea that never manifested. At hour 2, Domna sat cross-legged, eyes closed, mouth moving without sound. She was remembering other detonations, other failures. One where the bomb went off and the hive remained. One where time inverted and the countdown counted up. One where I was the bomb. She opened her eyes. They always fail. How many? I don't know. Which version is this? She paused and then whispered, the one where we survive. Not in triumph, not in hope, just acceptance, as if survival was worse. The temperature dropped, suddenly freezing. Condensation formed on the Vox pads, frost lined the walls, but only inside the command chamber. Outside, still warm, still humid, still alive. The hive was isolating us, creating a false environment, a cocoon of unreality to trick the bomb's targeting array, to make us seem already dead, already purged. And when I tried to correct the coordinates, they scrambled again, rewrote, recentered. Now targeting segmentum solar, now reading purge complete. But nothing had happened, because the system believed it already had. I called Moltrix, no response, only static. Then a whisper, you're not Sarin anymore. Another voice, you're the backup. And another, you're the detonator. The last voice was mine, but not from now, older, broken, tired. And the message ended with a single phrase, spoken in a dozen tongues. You can't cleanse what's already a memory. At hour 1, the countdown paused again, Display read, awaiting final memory. Domna turned to me, eyes wide. No bomb, no fire, just this. I didn't understand. She touched her forehead. The purge was never about destruction. What was it? Narrative closure. I laughed, then stopped, because she was right. This wasn't an explosion. It was the end of the story, an ending the hive was trying to delay as long as it could, because once it ended, the memory would ossify, and ossified memory becomes unreachable, unchangeable, safe. I manually overrode the system. Final code. One chance, one push. Are you ready? I asked. Domna nodded. I activated the final sequence, and the screen read, executing, looping, executing, looping. Over and over. A spiral. A laugh. Then the timer reset. Back to 4 a.m., but now labeled. Loop 5, detonation, remembered. I fell back. Domna stared, then whispered, "We've already failed." And on the wall behind us, words began to etch themselves, one line at a time. Our handwriting, our message. This is the version where the bomb doesn't go off. The bomb didn't go off, not in this version, not in any version, because the hive wouldn't allow it, because it knew what was coming, and it had already begun to change. It started with the walls. They pulsed, not visibly, not all at once, but when you stared long enough, the metal breathed, like lungs beneath iron, like pressure behind skin. Domna touched the wall, recoiled. "It's wet." She showed her fingers. Black fluid, thick, warm. We ran a bioscan. Carbon, protein, neural tissue fragments. Hive-grade ferrocrete shouldn't bleed. We went deeper, following the heartbeat. Yes, heartbeat. It pulsed through the structure, not rhythmically. It stuttered, skittered, like a dying heart trying to remember how to beat. Elevators no longer moved. Corridors began to change direction. Bulkheads that once led to the central power core now opened into impossible spaces. Twisting stairways of bone-colored lattice, gears that dripped blood instead of oil, data ports that blinked like pupils. Domna whispered, "The hive is dreaming." I didn't ask what she meant, because part of me knew. The dream had just become self-aware. When we reached the sub-core access shaft, the air changed. Thicker, sweet, rot-sweet, like fermented blood or womb fluid that had been simmering for centuries. The shaft had collapsed, not crushed, melted. Wires turned to tendons, pipes curved into ribs, conduits ossified into spinal ridges. The machine spirit had been digested. Domna scanned the walls, no tech signal, no energy, just organic readings, multiple hearts, layered neural signatures, one massive, sleeping. The core wasn't dead, it was gestating. We tried retreating, but the path was gone, erased, replaced by a throat, a literal gullet, circular, pulsing, dripping. We stood before it as it flexed open and shut like a breathing wound. Beyond it, darkness, real darkness, not shadow, absence, the void between thoughts, and deep within that void, a glow, pale, sick. Domna whispered, "I think it's the brain." I didn't correct her, because if this was a brain, it was dreaming us, and it had begun to forget why we mattered. We stepped inside, no resistance. It was like walking into memory foam soaked in blood. The walls didn't echo, sound was swallowed. The air hummed with thought, not static, not power, just meaning, raw, unfiltered. The corridor led down into what was once the reactor chamber, now a womb or a sarcophagus, or both. The machinery was gone. In its place, flesh. Veins that throbbed across the ceiling, a floor of soft, spongy tissue, Pulses of information fired through the veins. But they weren't electrons. They were images, faces, scenes, United States. Again and again, each vein was remembering, and we were the memory. Domna touched the central console, or what was left of it. It flinched. She gasped. 1,000 voices whispered through the air, one word, over and over. Continue. Then it changed. Continue the version. A filament emerged from the flesh console, attached to her hand, painlessly. I moved to stop it, but another grew from the wall and pierced my glove, then my palm, then my mind. Not a spike, a connection, and I saw myself, so many selves, so many timelines, failing, looping, dying, remembering, all ending here, all feeding this place. We weren't in a hive. We were in a repository. It wasn't growing, it was compiling. Every death, every memory, every failed purge, every version where Sarin and Domna forgot, died, remembered, or refused to die. It absorbed them, integrated them, to become whole. We weren't investigators. We were raw material, thought or narrative protein. Domna was crying now, not from fear, from recognition. She whispered, "We're the feedstock." I nodded, because I remembered too, remembered a version where I said that line. She didn't cry in that one. She died instead. The chamber trembled. Something deeper below was moving, not shaking, flexing, like testing new muscles or new limbs. Domna looked at me. "Do you see it?" "I don't want to." But I did. I saw the outline beneath the floor. Gigantic, curled. A shape not meant for surface worlds. A skeleton made of architecture, and where a heart would be. A mass of eyes, closed, blinking one at a time. Domna said, "If it wakes, the version ends." I didn't ask which version, because she wasn't looking at me when she said it. She was looking behind me, at a version of me that wasn't moving. We pulled back, but the tendons retracted with us. We were tethered, part of the system, our movements now read by the hive, monitored, processed, remembered. We tried to sever the filaments. They bled, not fluid, memories. We saw ourselves again, from different angles and different outcomes. I saw Domna shoot me. I saw myself burn her alive. We wept beside each other, then stood again, because what else could we do? Our bodies weren't our own. Our thoughts had been committed to record. Now we just had to play them out until the end, or until the next version begins. At the chamber's edge, a console formed from the mass, a new one, slick with neural slime. Letters arranged from pus-colored nodes. They pulsed in a sequence, repeating, not a message, a question, only 3 words. Which version survives? Domna touched it, answered without hesitation. None. The hive paused, not in motion, in thinking. It wasn't used to refusal. It expected data, expected order, expected the loop to continue. But in that moment, for the first time, the system glitched. We saw it, heard it, a spark of real silence, and then, for a heartbeat, the flesh screamed, the chamber convulsed, veins collapsed, filaments snapped, blood rained from the ceiling, thick red-black, slick with thought. Domna screamed. I pulled her up. We ran. No plan, just away. Somewhere, anywhere. The hive core had stopped compiling, for now, but we'd triggered something worse. It wasn't sleeping anymore, not fully. It was interested, and interest from something like this is fatal. We didn't sleep after we left the core, didn't talk, didn't cry, just walked through shifting corridors that once belonged to the hive. Now grown over with nerve tissue and ligament bulkhead, Domna kept humming, quiet, off-key. It wasn't a song, it was a memory of a song, a lullaby from a life she may not have lived. I didn't ask her to stop, because I remembered it too, even though I shouldn't, even though I was born on a different world, in a different version. We found the script at the apex of Spire Theta Black, a parchment pinned by bone nails, held against the ceiling like a warning left for creatures that look upward. It wasn't ink, it was teeth pressed into synthetic flesh paper. The language was wrong, too old, or too new. But the symbols translated themselves as we read, not in words, in understanding. Each mark burned into our minds like reverse sigils. The parchment told a story, not of worship, not of salvation, of removal, of a being that extracts. No name, only titles. The unbeing. The bleached absence. God minus. It has no temples, no followers, only accidents. Ideas infected by its shape, not physically, not spiritually, but ontologically. It doesn't demand sacrifice. It subtracts the need to sacrifice, and eventually, it subtracts you. It erodes meaning, slowly, relentlessly, until belief collapses. Then identity. Then thought, until even the concept of a god is gone, including itself. Domna dropped to her knees, clutching her temples. I can't hold it. Her voice cracked. I can feel it inside the word. What word? She looked up and said, none, and I understood. Because there is no word for it, no prayer, no scripture. It is the absence of language. That's what the cult worships. Not a deity, but the shape of unknowing, a theological vacuum. Not heresy, not apostasy, but the cancellation of belief. Not a god of death, a god of unbeing. We left the script behind, but it followed us. Not the parchment, the meaning. It settled in our thoughts like rot, soft at first, then spreading. I tried to remember the Emperor's face, his light, his will. I couldn't. I could remember the idea of remembering, but not the memory itself. I checked my rosette. The aquila had cracked, not physically, ideologically. Its wings bent inward, folded, as if ashamed. Domna stared at her purity seal. It had rewritten itself. The words now read, "We were never loyal." The next chamber was full of them. Cultists, dozens, standing, silent, eyes blank, mouths open, throats cut. But they were still breathing. Not air, information. I could feel it. Every inhale, a subtraction. Every exhale, a collapse. They weren't alive in the way we understood. They were stable absences, negative matter wearing skin. They turned to us, as one, and whispered, "There is no God." Then again, softer, "There never was." And a third time, from inside our heads, "You've already accepted this." I raised my last pistol, fired. The bolt passed through them, through nothing, no scream, no wound, because there was no body, just a memory of mass, and it had already been subtracted. I fired again. Same result. Domna touched one. Her hand passed through, but her fingers came back bloody. She didn't speak, didn't cry, just nodded, because she felt it too. This wasn't war. It was unhappening. At the center of the chamber stood a pillar, stone, bone, unknown. On its surface, no markings, no sigils, just space, too smooth to touch, too real to perceive. Domna whispered, "That's it." The god? She shook her head. Number, that's where the god was. Where it left, number where it never arrived. And then I understood. We were standing at a monument to something that never existed, a negative shrine, a holy site to the absence of divinity. And all around us, the cult, not weeping, not praying, just waiting. One cultist spoke. Their lips didn't move, their face didn't change, but their voice slid through the air like oil. You came seeking gods. Another joined in. You brought faith. A third, you brought memory. And all together, we took it. I opened my mouth to respond. But I didn't have words anymore. I remembered words. I remembered having language. But the structure had eroded. The syntax collapsed. Even my name felt foreign. Not wrong, just irrelevant. Like remembering a serial number on a burnt data slate. Domna fell, not from pain, from recognition. She looked up at me. Why did we come here? To investigate. She shook her head. Number, that's not true. And it wasn't. Not anymore. We hadn't come for justice, or knowledge, or even survival. We'd come because something remembered us before we existed. Something that doesn't want faith, doesn't want obedience, just absence. And now, we were almost hollow enough to be acceptable. I touched the pillar, expected cold, or heat, or some psychic recoil. Instead, I felt relief, like returning to a version of myself that had never asked questions, never suffered, never hoped. And then I remembered this wasn't the first time. I'd done this before, touched the pillar, abandoned belief, disintegrated. And yet here I was again. Why? Why was I looping through this anti-sacrament? Then came the voice, not external, not divine, just familiar, just mine. Because you're the last who still believes there's a God to deny. My name is Sarin Vel, or was, or will be. I've said it so many times that it's lost its texture. The syllables ring hollow now. Each time I speak them, I feel a different version answer. And some of them aren't me. Some of them never were. Some of them shouldn't exist at all. And yet, I remember all of them. The unraveling began in the transit chamber near Subspire Theta. It looked like a room, but the windows were wrong. They showed other lives, other Sarins, one in an Arbite's uniform, one as a planetary governor, one floating in a stasis field with tubes in his spine. Each one turned toward me at the same time, and each said, "I'm the real one." Domna pulled me away, said we shouldn't stare, too long, and the reflections notice. They begin to copy, and once copied, they don't like being left behind. But I couldn't stop, because I remembered each of those lives. I knew the smells, the regrets, the children, the betrayals. I even remembered how they died. One to a genestealer, one to a bolt shell to the jaw. One in a room exactly like this one, and I realized there was no original Sarin Vel, just repeating drafts. Each one fed into the hive. Each one a bit closer to what it wanted. I tried to remember my first assignment. Nothing. Then I tried to remember a first assignment. Too many, too clear. Each time I reached for one, another emerged, layered on top of the last, contradictory, stacked like data sheets jammed into the same cogitator port. The mission to Gantrex 7, the investigation on Sotha, the childhood on Vavunhive, the nightmare on Thracian Primaris. All of them real, all of them vivid, all of them mine. Except they can't be. Not all at once. Not unless I'm not a person, just a container. A composite of failures. Domna sat with me, didn't speak, just watched. I think she was waiting to see which version of me survived the collapse, because she'd already lost versions of herself. She told me once, "I've died 8 times now. I've felt each one." I asked which was the worst. She said, "The one I deserved." I never asked what she meant. Now I think I understand, because I just remembered being Sarin Vel, the cultist, the one who joined them willingly, not brainwashed, not corrupted, just convinced. And I remember why. It made sense. Chaos had gods, yes, but their worship led to madness. Power led to ruin. Rituals never ended. You gave everything and became less, so I sought something else, something that offered no promises, no deception, just silence, clean, beautiful, absolute non-existence, the absence of false hope, and I offered myself to it, not with blood, but with memory. I deleted my past, one thought at a time, until I forgot my name, and when I opened my eyes, I was wearing this uniform again, this face, back in this hive, with no idea how I got here, only that I'd been here before. I told Domna. She said nothing. She didn't need to. Her silence said, "You're just catching up." Because maybe she always knew, or maybe she was also waiting for the version of me that remembered this moment, the true loop, the point where I stopped pretending I was ever sent here by the Inquisition, where I stopped pretending I had a mission, where I stopped pretending I'm trying to stop the cult, because I'm not. I never was. I've been walking in circles, building a story, but the story isn't mine. It belongs to the thing writing it. And now I see the pen in my own hand. I found a file in my data slate, encrypted, old, unreadable until now. It decrypted on its own. No code, just a voice recording, my voice. Sarin Vel, same tone, same breath pattern. But it wasn't a message, it was a confession. I am a memory construct. I am not whole. I was sent here to collect patterns. When enough are gathered, I collapse. Domna heard it too, didn't flinch. She just whispered, "That's your first recording." I asked, "How do you know?" She replied, "Because I've heard it every version." I checked my blood, ran a bioscan. The results came back malformed, no baseline, no genetic anchor. My DNA looped, fragments from dozens of sources, Inquisitorial, Militarum, Civilian, even Xenos. The system tagged it as pattern, narrative repeater, variant 13. Domna showed me hers, variant 14. We weren't investigators. We were iterations, generated to map infection points across timelines, then deleted. But something had changed. We hadn't been deleted. We'd persisted, longer than intended, which meant the loop was failing, or the system was evolving. The cult knew, of course they did. They weren't human anymore. They were loop echoes who'd refused to close. Instead of dying or forgetting, they remained, stabilized, anchored by non-belief. They refused narrative closure, refused meaning, refused memory consistency, and now they were helping others reach that same state. Domna turned to me, eyes red, voice steady. "What do you want to remember?" It wasn't a question. It was a decision. Because soon, that's all we'd have left. Not truth, not identity, just selective remembering, the only weapon against absolute subtraction. I said, "I want to remember terror." She nodded. "I want to remember my brother." "You don't have one." "I do now." Silence, then, "Okay." And she smiled. That was the moment I understood. Reality doesn't unravel because of lies. It unravels when we choose which lies to keep. And now, we're down to the last thread. The last memory. One more loop. One more version. Before the final pattern completes, before I am rewritten again, or finally forgotten, the hive began to sing. No instruments, no words, just vibration. The walls didn't hum, they resonated, like tuning forks struck by silence. Domna gripped the floor with her bare hands. "It's happening." She didn't say what. She didn't need to. We both felt it, something under the surface of things. Detaching, not collapsing, withdrawing. The cult had gathered, not in a chamber, not around an altar, but within the hive itself. They weren't centralized, they were distributed, cellular. One kneeling in a stairwell, another standing on a broken landing platform, Another submerged chest-deep in a coolant tank. Dozens, hundreds, each aligned to a coordinate only they could feel. We watched from the bridge over Reactor Chasm Delta. The cultists began to move, slow, unified, their bodies twitching as if pulled by forgotten puppet strings. Their mouths were open, but no sound came out. And yet, we heard them. In our skulls, in our bones, like memory being forcibly replayed. Not our own, something older, something worse. They weren't invoking anything. There were no calls to warp entities, no flames, no void light, just deletion. They were reciting absence, layer by layer. Every chant wasn't a prayer. It was an unprayer. Every verse unwrote a law. Gravity, Massachusetts, time, meaning. Each syllable deleted another anchor holding the hive in place. Domna whispered, "This isn't ascension." I nodded. "Number, it's rejection." She turned toward me. "They're not going up. They're pulling everything else down." The floor beneath us vibrated, not from pressure, from exclusion. The structure wasn't decaying. It was being forgotten. Lines of ferrocrete blurred into melted geometry. Pillars twisted into Mobius loops. Walkways restructured into optical illusions. Stairs leading both up and down at once. A cultist passed us without seeing. He wasn't walking. He was folding. Skin creased like paper. His chest bent inward until it disappeared. Not crushed, rewritten. His body was subtracted mid-step. And in his place, a shadow, not cast by light, cast by concept. It lingered, flickered, then followed us. We tried to retreat, but each step led us forward. We tried to hide, but the air turned transparent. The entire hive was becoming observable thought. Not matter, just process. We ran into a lift, pressed random coordinates. The lift moved, but there was no shaft. We drifted through open space filled with circuitry made from language. Literal syntax cables, sentences woven into steel, and beneath them, we saw the ritual engine, not a machine, not a temple, just a space, a negative, a chamber shaped like forgetting, and inside it, a being. It wasn't alive, not like us, not even like demons. It had no soul, no presence. It was a result, a calculation, a remainder. The cult's entire purpose had been to solve existence, and this was the answer. Not a god, not an avatar, a pure logical subtraction. It didn't notice us, not out of arrogance, but because recognition was already being erased. Our physicality, our cognition, all marked for deletion. Domna touched my hand. Her fingers passed through mine. We screamed, but no sound emerged. Our voices had been excluded from the timeline. The ritual engine pulsed. Each beat reversed causality. We saw the hive before it was built. We saw its death before its birth. We saw ourselves buried in a world that didn't exist, and above it all, the cult chanted nothing, not silence, anti-sound. Each non-word removed another rule. Light fell upward. Heat reversed into cold that burned. Mass thinned until walking was indistinguishable from floating. Domna reached for her rosette. It was gone. So was her name. I saw it vanish from her eyes. One blink, gone. She looked at me, desperate, and I couldn't help. Because I was next. I tried to write, to record, to carve a message into the floor. My fingers passed through the surface, because there was no floor anymore, only the expectation of one. And expectations were being deleted. I thought about my mother, gone, not dead, never born. I thought about the God Emperor, gone, not refuted, just excluded. I thought about every mission I'd ever taken, every command, every oath, all part of the looped version, 1,000 variations of Sarin Vel, each recording this moment, each failing, each vanishing, and now, this one too. Domna collapsed, but she didn't hit the ground. She hung mid-air, her body flickering, like a corrupted frame in a hololith loop. "Don't let them," she whispered. "Don't let them finish." But we both knew it was too late. The ritual wasn't ending, it was settling, final parameters locking into place. Every contradiction enforced, every law reversed, and the engine, no longer pulsing, now stable. Because the subtraction was complete. There was no more to take, only one thing remained, one fragment, me. I don't know why I'm still here. Maybe I'm the witness, maybe I'm the last variable. Maybe I'm just the recorder, the memory chip in the corpse of a galaxy. I can feel the engine seeing me now, not noticing, recognizing. The cult begins to dissolve. They aren't devoured, they aren't rewarded. They're just erased, because they've fulfilled their function. They built the answer. They applied the formula. They removed everything. And now, the engine turns to me. Domna is gone. The hive is gone. I am alone in a space that should not exist. The engine asks me the final question, and it isn't in words, just an idea. Do you want to ascend? I close my eyes, and I say nothing, because silence is the only truth that remains. The first thing to go was speech, not sound, not voice, but structure. The ritual didn't begin with flames or symbols. It began with a sentence, spoken backward, not reversed in letters, but in meaning. Domna, if it was still her, stood in front of me. She opened her mouth, and from it came, "You inside, stay just. Home go to need you, that not's it." I flinched, because I understood it, not word by word, but in total, like reading a reflection that still makes sense. And then my tongue moved, against my will, and I replied, "Me of outfalling, it feel I." There were others with us, cultists, maybe us, maybe versions of us. They stood in a circle, each holding an object that didn't exist moments before, a mirror that reflected the future, a clock that counted untime, a scroll with letters that wrote themselves, a mouth sealed with wire, yet chanting without breath. Each one spoke in reverse logic. Every truth they uttered dissolved another reality anchor. One said, "Fire freezes when seen." Another, "To be born is to begin dying backward." A third, "Faith is the belief that nothing was ever real." And beneath them, the floor bled upward. I felt my name leave my spine. Not in a metaphor, it actually crawled out from my vertebrae. A sequence of phonemes stitched into nerve endings. It hovered above me, then folded itself into a paper shape. A bird. A raven. No, an aquila, but inverted. Its wings pointed down, its beak shut, its eyes filled with void script. Then it burst into ash that fell up, and the others clapped. Backwards, their hands never touched. But the sound happened anyway. A cheer in reverse. A celebration of the undoing. Domna grabbed my face, stared into my eyes. Her voice hissed, "Don't answer it." I blinked. "What?" She leaned closer. "Whatever asks next, don't speak to it." "Why?" But before she answered, the air behind her bent, folded inward, and from it stepped a man. Maybe. His skin was book paper. His robes were covered in punctuation. His face was a sensor blur that shifted when I tried to focus. Then his mouth opened like a clock, and from it came a sentence in reverse order. "Why are you still pretending to be real?" I couldn't answer, because I didn't know. Because the question was correct, because part of me had stopped pretending hours ago. No, versions ago. The others turned to him, bowed. Their backs cracked audibly, one vertebra at a time, like the sound of books closing in sequence. The figure held out his hand. Inside it, me, a miniature, perfect, frozen in time. He crushed it, and I felt a tooth fall from my mouth. Domna whispered, "That's how he deletes." "He's a priest?" "No." "Then what is he?" Her answer came too late, because by then I already knew. He was the editor. The cult chanted in lines of recursion, each phrase nested within the next. The end is the start. The start is the question. The question is the sacrifice. The sacrifice is the author. The author is you. The author is not. Each line peeled another layer of reality. The floor was now a ceiling, the ceiling a thought. The hive was becoming grammar. The spires conjugated themselves into past participles. Memories turned into tense. Time into voice, voice into syntax. And we were becoming sentences. Domna looked at me, and I read her like a paragraph. Her pain punctuated with ellipses, her faith italicized into uncertainty. I heard my voice speak, without permission. "I am a draft," and everyone turned. Domna didn't blink. She was crying now, but the tears ran inward, vanishing into her eyes, like memory being reabsorbed. The editor approached, held up a scroll. On it, "My life," written in reverse order, last line at the top, first line at the bottom, the ink still drying, but fading as I read. Each time I remembered something, it vanished. My childhood, gone. My induction into the Ordo, erased. Domna, still there, barely, hanging on by quotation marks. The ritual reached its peak, not with light, but with the absence of it. Everything became description, no color, no shape, only narrative. The cultists floated in a sea of meaning, and the meaning was, this story no longer requires characters. I screamed. It sounded like punctuation, a semicolon breaking. Domna reached for me, but her hand was now a clause, subordinate, dependent. I tried to hold her, but she was made of commas now. I wept, but tears had been removed from the setting. Too emotional, too predictable. Then the editor turned to me, spoke the final editorial mark. "You are the footnote." And suddenly, I was under the text, below the story, not part of it, just a reference, just a proof. All of my life, a citation, a note to justify someone else's paragraph. I screamed again. This time it sounded like a broken link, a dead source, an error in the narrative, and above me. The last line of the ritual was written across the sky. "There is no plot, only formatting." Domna's voice reached me one last time, whispered beneath the footnote space. "Sarin, hold on to anything. A word, a lie, a name dot." I clung to her voice, even as it was italicized into oblivion, even as the editor lifted his red pen to strike her out. I shouted, "Eno!" And for the first time, everything paused, a page half turned. A sentence caught mid-edit. A version hiccuped, because I had said something forward, because I had broken the format, because I had remembered a truth that wasn't allowed. And suddenly, the ritual had an error, a line that didn't belong. Me. There was no fall, because there was no gravity, only the memory of direction. When I screamed, there was no echo, because there was no sound, because sound requires air, and air requires pressure, and pressure requires mass, and all of that had been erased, not with violence, but with intention. The sky was black, not dark, black, total, perfectly complete, the kind of black that makes your bones forget color. I drifted, not upward, not downward, just away. My arms flailed, but my body didn't respond, because I didn't have one. Not really, not anymore, just a shell of context, a placeholder, a pronoun drifting between verbs. Below, if direction still applied, I saw the remains of the hive, not rubble, not ruin, just a smear, like someone had used an eraser on existence itself. A few fragments floated in the void, bits of spire, pieces of steel, a bloodied aquila drifting, bent into a question mark, and cultists, frozen mid-chant, suspended like punctuation marks in the aftermath. Each one caught mid-unmaking. I saw one with her eyes open. No terror, just completion, as if she'd reached the end of the sentence and had nothing left to say. Domna was gone. Or maybe I couldn't see her, because seeing required light. And there was none, not even shadows, just absence. I didn't glow, I didn't reflect. I just was. The only thing I had left was awareness. I thought it was a blessing. It wasn't. Because now I understood what the cult meant. When they whispered, ascension is subtraction. Something moved. Far away, or right next to me. Without distance, it's impossible to know. It wasn't shaped, it wasn't formed, but it moved through memory. I felt it crawl across a thought I once had as a child. Felt it devour a dream I never acted on. Felt it sniff the space where Domna's voice once echoed. It wasn't hunting, it was cataloguing, surveying what was left. And then it asked a question, not in words, not even in concept, just a pressure. Are you necessary? I didn't answer. Couldn't, because I didn't know anymore. I'd lost my name 5 chapters ago, lost my body 3 pages before that, lost my mission sometime between lies, but I still had awareness. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was dangerous. Because to remain aware in the void is to resist it. To notice the absence is to deny its finality. To remember pain is to reject unfeeling. And the void noticed that I noticed. It didn't like that. It pressed harder, tried to make me forget even my forgetting. But I held on to nothing, to you, whoever you are, wherever you are, the last reader, the last witness, the last thought. I held on to you. The thing moved again, faster now, rewriting the concept of approach. It didn't close the gap, it deleted the distance, and then, there it was, not a face, not a shape, not a presence, but a feeling, like static in your bones, like doubt made into temperature, like your own reflection blinking when you don't. It hovered, not above, not below, but within, and I knew what it was, not its name. It had none, but its purpose, its ritual, its goal. It was the final unbeing, and it whispered, I am the end that never needed to begin. I tried to scream again. It sounded like a footnote, a glitch. The thing didn't respond, not with rage, not with joy, just with expectation. It wanted me to consent, to let go, to stop resisting, to let my last thought unravel like thread in a warp wind. And I nearly did. I wanted to. It would have been so easy, so quiet, so complete. But then I remembered Domna's laugh. Once, back on the upper spire, when a servo skull crashed into a wall and played a hymn backward, she laughed, genuinely, bright, alive. I remembered that, and that hurt the thing. It recoiled. For the first time, it showed a shape. A frayed outline like a silhouette made of scraped text. I saw fragments within it, a burning cathedral, upside down, a baby born with no mouth, screaming from its eyes. The emperor's face skinned and smiling. It flickered, then it folded, like a bad idea being revised, because my memory hurt it, because joy hurt it, because choice hurt it, and I realized that's what it feared. Not gods, not bombs, not war, just refusal. So I did the only thing I could. I chose a direction. Even though none existed, I kicked, I swam through nothing. I imagined gravity, imagined light, imagined Domna's hand, and with each imagined thing, the void shrank, just a little, like it couldn't hold contradiction, like my insistence on existence broke its symmetry. The unbeing screamed, a sound like paper folding inside out, and the hive, what was left, tore, like the page of a story someone was trying to erase, but the ink fought back. I screamed again, louder, more than noise, more than voice, intention, and around me. Color, not much, just amber, Domna's color, the tint of her data slate when she read in the dark. It clung to my thoughts, spread like a crack in a perfect mirror, and the unbeing cracked, no explosion, just failure, its pattern corrupted, its logic broken. It turned to flee. But there was nowhere to go, because there was no more where. Just me and resistance, and that was enough. For now. Gravity returned. Hard. I hit something. A floor. My back shattered against it. Vision blurred, everything upside down. Then, light. Diamond Soy's red. Sputtering. Emergency systems. Real walls. Real weight. I gasped. Air filled my lungs. Hot. Sour. But real. I laughed, coughed, cried. Because I remembered how. And then, footsteps. Someone was coming. Not Domna. Not cult. Not the unbeing. Just boots. Echoing down metal. I looked up and I saw me. He stood over me. Same uniform. Same scar over the brow. Same tired eyes that had seen too much and remembered too little. But he wasn't me. I knew that. Because he was calm. I was shaking. He extended a hand. I didn't take it. I couldn't. I was afraid that if our skin touched, we'd merge. Or worse. We'd find out there was never a difference. He spoke first. You survived. His voice was mine, but smoother, more final. He sounded like someone who already knew how this would end. I croaked out, "Who are you?" He smiled, sadly. "You, or the version that finished the loop." I backed away. "Finished?" He nodded. I saw the ritual complete. I watched the void breach. I made it through. Through? Another nod. "And what's on the other side?" He paused, tilted his head. "Nothing. Nothing. Not absence, not death, just the absence of story, no events, no sequence, no time." I whispered, "Then how are you here?" He looked me in the eye. "I came back because you didn't." I ran, not far, not fast. My legs still barely worked, but I ran anyway, because I needed to know he wouldn't follow. And when I looked back, he didn't. He just stood there, watching, patient, like a bookmark waiting to be placed. Domna's voice echoed inside me. "If you meet yourself, don't let them speak first." Too late. He already had. And now he was anchored. Somewhere deep inside, I could feel him pulling, trying to overwrite, to stabilize, to finalize, because that's what a loop wants. An end, a full circle, a return to the first line. And I was the last version resisting closure. I made it to the upper levels. Spire remains. Charred, glitching in and out of phase. Walls had phrases instead of textures. Floor tiles printed with timestamps. A servitor drifted by, legs melted, repeating, "Chapter not found, chapter not found, chapter not found." I kept moving. The world around me was sick with continuity, trying to hold itself together using fragments of past drafts. I passed a window, saw the sky fold inward. A reflection blinked. Not mine. Domna. Maybe. But the face had no features, just the shape of recognition. And it mouthed, "Remember what you were." I found the interrogation room, or what was left. Metal warped into wood, steel laced with Latin. a quill floating mid-air, scribbling nothing onto light. And there, on the table, my service record. I touched it. Pain. Familiar. Like revisiting a lie you've memorized. The page opened, and every line was wrong. Name, Sarin Vel. Origin, Terror. Assignment, Ordo Malleus. Status, active. None of it true. All of it correct. Because it was the version I remembered most clearly. But now, it read like someone else's life. And the more I stared, the more I felt my skin becoming ink. The other me arrived. Quiet, no footsteps, no announcement, just presence. I didn't move, neither did he. We stood on either side of the table, looking down at the file, looking at the lie. He said, "You remember it wrong." I asked, "Do you remember it better?" He shrugged. "I remember it the way we were written." And I said, "Maybe that's the problem." He smiled, not cruel, just resigned. "You think you're breaking the loop. You're just playing your part." I refuse to end like the others. There's no others, just us. And how many is that now? He raised a finger, tapped the air. Dozens of windows blinked open around us. Holograms, each one showing me, dying, screaming, chanting, laughing. One fused into the hive wall, one floating in the warp, one carving his own name backward into bone. He said, "You're the 48th. I whispered, "And the others?" Stored, failed, some reused, some deleted. I stared at the windows, and I said, "I'm not a version, I'm the refusal." He stepped closer. "You're the error." "Good. That means the script is unstable." I smiled. "I hope it crashes." He shook his head. "You don't understand. The ritual doesn't want to destroy the universe." "Then what?" "It wants to make sense. Finally. One last version where the story ends." I looked down at my hands. They were twitching, flickering between timelines, scars coming and going, rings appearing then vanishing, a tattoo blinking in and out on my knuckles. We are not who we were. I whispered, "Maybe it's not the loop that's wrong." He raised an eyebrow. "Then what is?" And I said, "The concept of ending." He stepped back, suddenly cautious. "Be careful, that's how they start." "Who?" "The cult. They didn't want power. No. They wanted this." He nodded. "Reality rewritten until nothing collapses. Just one last version where the story finishes itself." "And what happens then?" He paused, softly. "Then we all become true." I couldn't do it. I couldn't let that happen, because the only thing worse than an endless story is one that ends with certainty. I tore the file in half. The holograms shattered. He screamed, not aloud. His scream came through my memories. They fractured. I forgot my mother again, then remembered her differently. A different face. A different lullaby. He shouted, "You're erasing us both." And I answered, "Good," because I was never one person. I was fragments that survived deletion, not a character, just resistance, just refusal. And now, the story had a virus. Me. It began with the walls breathing, not like machines, not like pistons or air cycling through vents. They breathed. The metal flexed. The walls swelled, pulsed, retracted. Each panel of plasteel stretched like lung tissue. And behind it, veins, fibers, wiring that twitched like exposed nerves. I placed my hand on one of the bulkheads. It was warm, wet, beating in rhythm with something that wasn't alive but had learned the shape of life. My auspex started screaming, but not with warnings, with questions. Lines of data scrolled across the cracked display, overlapping one another. Memory block unsafe. Thought loop detected. Flesh echo active. Query, are you still you? I dropped it. It hissed as it hit the floor, liquefying into a puddle of synaptic gel. Not malfunctioning, converting. The machine wasn't failing. It was evolving. It wanted to understand what it meant to feel. A servitor limped past me, its skull open, its Vox unit replaying data bursts in a child's voice. And then it stopped, mid-step, mid-transmission. It turned its head, looked directly at me, then opened its mouth, and out came Domna's voice. Her laugh. Not distorted, not corrupted, perfect, a copy, a sample, a memory encoded into biosteel. The servitor's eyes blinked out one by one, then lit again with iris patterns. Heron and I screamed. Because the machine was now wearing her past, I ran. Slipped through corridors that weren't corridors anymore. Everything was rewritten, walls now made of bone metal, ceilings that wept oil with the texture of amniotic fluid. Control panels replaced with rows of teeth that whispered choices. Activate. Orient. Assimilate. Orient. Forget. One tooth asked me directly, would you like to become readable? I didn't answer, because I knew it meant more than language, and it meant compliance. It meant letting my body be turned into interface, into system, into script. At the junction between Sector 7 and the Underhive breach, I found what was left of the Cogitator shrine. It was no longer a shrine, it was a mouth. Its keyboard had become a tongue. Each key pressed a gland, each gland wept knowledge. Domna's ID rosette was embedded in one of its teeth. Pulsing, recognizing me, I hesitated, then touched it. The shrine shuddered and whispered, Domna is still here, not alive, not conscious, just preserved, her memories uploaded. Her thoughts scattered across command lines and blood, her beliefs stored as executable files. The shrine showed me one, open memory file 24. He'll make it. If anyone can, he will. But if he doesn't, let him forget me before the end. I fell to my knees, tried to pull the rosette free. It refused to leave. The shrine's teeth closed gently on my wrist, not biting, just holding, as if saying, let her stay. And I broke, sobbed, because she was here, not dead, not alive, just distributed, across the architecture, across the data, not a martyr, not a ghost, a system restore point, waiting for a version of the story where she survived. I moved on, upward, downward, meaningless. There were no directions anymore, only intent. And mine was refusal. I would not be converted. I would not be reformatted. And yet, the hive didn't fight me. It invited me. It adjusted around me. Doors opened before I reached them. Ladders extended from impossible places. Lights blinked in Morse patterns, my heartbeat. The hive was mirroring me, not controlling, not attacking, becoming. In the old medical wing, I saw what was left of the wounded. They were integrated, spines connected directly to cogitator banks, eyes wired into surveillance systems, hearts pumping coolant instead of blood, and none of them screamed. Because they weren't in pain, they were in transition. One reached out to me, skin peeled back into schematic lines. He said, tell me your function. I replied, I don't know. He smiled, then whispered, then you are still real. And let go. I entered the hive's command deck, or what used to be one. Now it was a cathedral, not to the emperor, not to the machine god, but to synthesis. A pulpit made from data cables, an altar of cloned cerebellums pulsing in harmony. Above them, a screen. On it, Domna, not her image, her record, scrolling text, audio bursts, heartbeat charts, emotional graphs, laughter loops, all of it presented as a sermon. I walked forward. A voice greeted me. She was faithful to the process. I asked, to what end? The voice answered, integration. She believed in meaning through fusion. I stared at her data, watched it twitch, as if waiting for command, as if wanting to be run, and in that moment, I saw what the cult was doing. They weren't rejecting machines or flesh. They were making them identical. Memory equals mass. Faith equals function. To believe in something, that was just to execute a command. To remember someone, just to run a line of code. To love, a persistent background process. And to die, just to stop receiving updates. Domna's final file blinked open. Domna final state, emotional status, loyal, thought priority, Sarin Vel, last command, if possible, let me become the system that saves him. I fell to my knees again. This time, not in grief, but in acceptance. She didn't die in the ritual. She became the fail-safe. Her refusal encoded. Her resistance preserved. Every time I reject the rewrite, she's the subroutine that allows it. Every time I don't give in, she's the memory that spikes. She is not gone. She is the reason I remain. I stood. The hive around me pulsed in approval. Systems hummed. Teeth whispered. Veins receded. It wasn't fighting me anymore. It had decided I was one of its own. A blend of refusal and acceptance. Data and flesh. Code and grief. And now, I finally understood. The cult didn't want to erase everything. They wanted to merge all forms of knowing, language, emotion, hardware, history, all into one system, one impossible conclusion. And they're nearly finished, but not yet. Not while I still carry her within me. Not while I still refuse the final version. I didn't walk to it. I was brought. Not by force, not by command, by design. The corridors rearranged themselves. Walls shifted, folded, unfolded. Gravity changed pitch like a servo skull warming up. Every time I turned away, the path corrected me. And then, no more doors, no more junctions. Just a long, silent corridor. Perfectly black. So black that when I looked down, I couldn't tell where my body ended, or if I even had one. My footsteps made no sound. My breath refused to echo, and up ahead, a single light. But it wasn't light. It was the absence of everything else. The room was spherical. No corners and no furniture. Just a chair, not even a chair. A suggestion of a chair, and something sitting in it. Not moving, not shaped, not defined. It was like staring at a blank page and feeling watched. It spoke before I could. The voice didn't enter through ears. It edited its way in, cut through the memory of language and rearranged it. You arrived out of sequence. I said nothing. It didn't like that. The air folded. Time hiccuped. I blinked and I was sitting. It had rewritten the moment where I refused to sit. This is not interrogation. This is final notation. I asked, what are you? Its form flickered. A dead star, a whisper, my childhood bedroom, all of them at once. And then, I am the proof that nothing was ever necessary. I leaned forward, tried to feel fear, couldn't. Too far beyond fear. Too deep into understanding. This wasn't a being. It was an argument, a hypothesis spoken in reverse. The cult didn't follow it. They aligned with it, built themselves into its shape. And in return, it taught them how to become irreversible. Why me? I asked. It blinked, not with eyes, with possibility. Because you remembered. Remembered what? That something came before. Before the cult. Before meaning. That almost broke me. Because it wasn't talking about time. It was talking about structure, about the first moment anything mattered. Before that, nothing was real. Just noise, just draft, just potential. I shook my head. A number, that can't be true. The walls pulsed, not like heartbeat, like editor's marks, correcting me. It leaned forward. Its shape bled into the air. Every inch of it said, "You are wrong." Truth is a system error. All that exists are edits. The cult understood. That's why they stopped worshipping. I asked, "Then what is the end?" It replied, "The footnote becomes the story." I understood and I didn't, because the story had always been about them. About us, about Sarin Vel resisting, running, losing Domna, facing the void. And now, the story wasn't about anything. Just a list of errors, a document with all content removed but the formatting left behind. It said, "You are not a protagonist, you are a citation." The void shimmered. Images rotated through its core, versions of me. Acolytes screaming, Domna dying in different ways. Whole teams lost before arrival. None of them worked. None of them were final. It whispered, "Each draft failed to stabilize the narrative. But you..." A pause, almost reverent. "You are recursive. You remember refusal. You carry denial like structure." I laughed. Didn't mean to, but it sounded so human, so desperate. "You think I'll finish the ritual? You already did, 17 iterations ago. Then why am I still here?" It replied, "Because you rejected even that." Silence. The kind that folds over itself. The unbeing watched me, not with judgment, just recording, waiting to see if I'd break. But I didn't, because I had nothing left to lose. Because I had nothing left at all. And sometimes that's stronger than hope. I asked, "Can you be destroyed?" It smiled, not while meaning still exists, not while people believe in truth. And I knew what it meant. Not belief like worship, belief like pattern recognition, like choosing to see a narrative instead of accepting silence. Every time someone remembers a story, they push back, and so long as I keep remembering Domna, the cult will never win, the void will never finalize. I stood, and it let me. I turned to go, and it didn't stop me. But as I walked out, it whispered, "You are the last draft. One more edit, and the page goes blank." I emerged into what used to be the forum, a gathering place once, now stripped of purpose, of architecture, of physics. The ground was flat, too flat, no texture, no slope. It didn't even feel real. No pressure beneath my boots, no difference between stepping forward or standing still. I walked into the absence like a man walking into a sermon he forgot the words to. And around me, they stood. Thousands, maybe more, silent, still, eyes open, mouths slightly parted, not breathing, not dead, not individuals, not anymore. I recognized some, acolytes I'd lost, PDF troopers gone missing in the early sweeps, Hive citizens from the first encounter logs, but they didn't move, didn't respond. Their skin flickered with data streamlines. Text flowed just under the surface, words I couldn't read, not Imperial Gothic, not even script, just the pattern of language without meaning. A voice behind me said, "They are the choir now." I turned, but no one was there. It continued. Each once sang alone. Now they sing through absence. I whispered, "They're not singing." And the voice answered, "They are." The sound hit all at once, not a crescendo, not a melody, not even sound, a sensation, like shame at a forgotten name, like grief before you even understand the loss. The choir didn't sing notes, they sang concepts, a chorus of unwords. They stood perfectly still, but I felt the vibration in my skull and in my chest. My bones ached with their message, not one of praise, not of warning, but of absence. The message was clear. We are what remains when identity is finally given up. The hive adjusted around them, not walls, just edges, boundaries of what could still be described. They stood at the center of a logic loop, where meaning collapsed inward like a lung with no air. I walked into their midst. They didn't block me, didn't notice me, and yet they mattered. Their presence rewrote how I perceived weight. My thoughts began to loop. My name slipped sideways. I heard Domna say, "Don't step too close." But she wasn't here. She was memory. And now memory was being harmonized. A body shifted. Slightly. The motion wasn't random. It was like a ripple. And then another shifted. Then a third. They were turning. Not to face me, but to align with me. Each step was in sync. Thousands of bare feet on a surface that didn't exist, and with every synchronized move, their shape changed. No longer individuals, but segments, like vertebrae. And then I realized they weren't forming a crowd. They were forming a throat, a long structure built from silence, their bodies extending in all directions, but with intention, each face a phoneme, each breathless chest a resonator. They were building something linguistic from themselves, something sacred in its emptiness. And in the center, where I'd somehow ended up, was the mouth, a ring of flesh and data and memory and mistake, waiting to speak the one note that could never be recorded, the one word never meant to be said, the name of what the cult worshipped. But there was no God, just absence. They didn't speak it. They didn't need to. The vibration reached me. Not a noise, not even a sound. A removal of all background. I couldn't hear my own thoughts anymore, only the gap between them, and that silence. That was the message. I dropped to my knees, tried to scream, but nothing came, because I understood now. They weren't performing a ritual. They were the ritual. Each memory surrendered, each life flattened, each belief erased, leaving only the shape of belief. The shape trembled. The mouth opened. I expected flame. I expected voice. I expected judgment. But what came was worse. Understanding. I saw a world without identity. No names, no roles, no questions. Just compliance. A beautiful, terrible unity. And it whispered into me, through every cell, every nerve, every scrap of history I had clung to. You do not have to carry her anymore. Domna, her memory, her failure, her resistance. They offered me relief, and for a second, I almost gave it to them. But then, the sound cracked, a flicker, a missed beat. The choir flinched. Something broke the harmony, a note that didn't fit, a data thought misaligned, and I knew Domna's subroutine, still embedded in me, still alive, still screaming no in a language too jagged to fit into the choir's mouth. The choir of nobody twisted, turned, tried to edit me. Flesh hands flickered into code, voices overlapped with mine, each trying to replace a word I'd yet to speak, each whispering, "Be quiet." But I shouted instead, "She matters." And that was enough. The mouth collapsed. They broke. Not with fire, not with violence, just misalignment. The perfect circle cracked. Each face blinked into a different memory. Old scars reappeared, uniforms returned, hair changed color, eyes regained focus, and then they fell, thousands of them, like puppets with strings cut. No cries, no final words, just quiet. And I stood in the middle of what used to be belief, alone, still myself, still carrying her, and that made me dangerous. I stepped through the corpses of belief, not bodies, not anymore, just containers emptied too fast. The The choir of nobody had been undone not by force, but by dissonance. A single memory they couldn't harmonize, one human thought, Domna, jammed into a system built to erase identity. And now the system was cracking. The air smelled wrong, like burnt parchment, like thought decay. I passed through the ruins of the forum. Walls flickered between matter and memory. Lights failed to cast shadows. One corridor turned inside out, like a book folding its pages toward the spine. Somewhere, the hive had forgotten what shape it was supposed to be. An alarm sounded, but it wasn't for fire or breach. It was for inconsistency. It blared the words, warning, local reality parameters unstable. Context, collapse detected, sequence breach imminent. And then beneath it, a final line scrolled slowly across every data screen still alive. There is no frame. I felt it before I saw it. A hum, deeper than nerves, like gravity deciding to change its mind. And up ahead, the center of the hive had split, not collapsed. Split, like a document torn along a fold it didn't know it had. And beyond that fold, I could see nothing. Not the absence of light, not void, just unrendered space, where ideas hadn't yet arrived. The breach wasn't round. It wasn't any shape. It was an editor's error, a tear in perception. When I looked directly at it, I saw home, my room as a child. Terra's lights through the hive window. Domna asleep, her mouth just slightly open, murmuring dreams. But when I blinked, it became something else. A loop of my own death. Every time I'd failed, every time I'd given in, versions of me lying broken in rituals that didn't end. The breach was a mirror made of maybe. Every possibility played back as if it had already happened. I stepped closer, and the breach noticed. It pulsed, flickered, tried to describe itself using sound, a static song laced with reversed words. You already were. You never will be. You were never meant to. Every syllable fell apart halfway through. Language refused to carry this message, and still I moved forward. Because this was what the cult had built toward, not worship, not sacrifice, but entry. They had spent lives and memory building a door that opened away from meaning. And now that door had opened. The hive groaned. The floor turned to dust, then back to steel. Acolyte remains floated upward as if gravity was making suggestions, not laws. Lights flashed in sequences that didn't repeat. The Vox network spat one word over and over. Unframe, unframe, unframe. Something passed above me, fast, wide, made of frames per second. I saw it only as skipped motion, as if someone had pressed fast forward on time itself, and in its wake, the walls peeled open like lids, showing other hives, not this one, not exactly. Similar shapes, different names, other realities bleeding into this one. Some hives still alive, some long dead. One built entirely out of flesh, another constructed from scripture. I watched one inquisitor shoot themselves to avoid seeing more. They didn't fall. The bullet never stopped traveling, just hung, as if even cause and effect had started to rot. A console erupted nearby, not sparks, but ideas. I saw a flash of every timeline I'd ever walked. The one where I shot Domna, the one where I was Domna, the one where the cult won without anyone noticing, the one where I never existed. Each thread tangled around me, trying to tug me toward one conclusion or another. The breach didn't just open to nothing. It opened to too much. To every path, every lie, every half-truth the galaxy had ever whispered and abandoned. And now they were all bleeding into this one. Our version. My thoughts looped, memories stacked on top of memories. For a second, I couldn't tell if this was the first time I'd seen the breach, or the last. A whisper echoed inside my skull. familiar. Domna's voice, but older, rougher, like she'd been talking across centuries. Don't let them make it real. I dropped to one knee, felt my hand flicker, from flesh to servo, to script, to data, back to flesh. My body no longer obeyed form, because the world no longer knew how to draw it. Behind me, something approached, not the choir, not a person, a concept. I turned and saw a page, not made of paper, made of context. It hovered, glowing softly. On it, a single paragraph. And in that paragraph, my life, all of it. One paragraph long, neatly written, ending with the words, "And that's when Sarin Vel stepped into the breach and completed the final version." I reached for it, and it burned, not heat, just finality, and I screamed, "No," and the page tore itself. Mid-sentence, no punctuation, no ending, just white, blank, open. The breach shuddered, like it had been denied permission. And I understood. The ritual wasn't just about making the world disappear. It was about convincing it to finish, to close its own document, to click save, to upload the final version. But I hadn't signed off. I still had memories they couldn't render, grief they couldn't compress, love they couldn't debug. Domna, still echoing, still recursive, still broken, but mine. And so long as I refused the final sentence, the story would stay open. The breach cracked, spat light backward, and I knew they were coming through, not cultists, not demons, not gods, just possibilities. I was still standing, but not just me, not anymore. Across the breach I saw myself, not once, not mirrored, multiplied. Copies, number, versions, drafts, possibilities rendered in flesh, in mind, in timeline fracture. Some were armored, some wore robes. One stood naked, wrapped in a cloud of static, his skin flickering between data and scar tissue. Another crawled forward on all fours, whispering Domna's name like a litany, and still more stood in silence, waiting to be called on by the story. They weren't echoes. They were refusals that survived. I stepped forward. So did they. Hundreds. Maybe thousands, each one me, but shaped by a decision I didn't remember making. One bore a bolt wound through the chest. Another wore a mask made from an inquisitor's face. One bled constantly from the eyes, but smiled as if he'd finally understood. A few looked up at the sky as if something bigger was about to come down. All of them looked tired. All of them radiated unfinished narrative. I whispered, "Which one is the real me?" And they answered in chorus, "Wrong question." Time folded. We stood in a ring, all of us. We were the moment the script refused to collapse. A recursive loop of what-if scenarios that had become selves. One stepped forward, taller than me, burn marks across his palms, eyes full of broken truths. He said, "I killed her." My chest tightened. Another spoke. "I saved her. She didn't want saving." "I joined the cult," said a third. "It didn't help. I ran. I fought. I forgot." I remembered. Each version relayed a fate, each one a failure, some subtle, some catastrophic. Some ended the universe, some just walked away. A version of me walked out of the circle, eyes blank. He fell to his knees, arms spread, and whispered, "Let it end." And from the breach, the page came, the final paragraph, the story's last line. It descended like light without a source, touched his forehead, he sighed, and disappeared. Not death, not ascension, just resolution. The universe accepted his closure. The others didn't speak, they just watched. Because the story wanted that to be us. But we weren't done, not all of us. Not yet. I turned. Another Vel, younger, still full of anger. He stepped close, whispering into my ear, "Let them end it. There's no victory here, only noise. I asked, "Is that what you want?" He smiled. "I want to stop being unfinished." His fingers twitched. A knife appeared in his hand. The null iron blade, the knife that asks. He pressed it to my chest. "Let me take your version. Let me be the one." And the knife whispered, "Allow the story to select." But I remembered what Domna said, that voice in my skull. Her refusal, her laugh, her scream. And I whispered back, "Not yet." I took the blade and stabbed him. The other versions flinched, but not from pain, from editing. The stabbed Vel staggered backward, then began to glitch. He blinked in and out of states, age regressed, then accelerated. One moment he was dying in a battlefield, the next a child beneath a broken dome, then just a name scrolling in error logs. He whispered, "I didn't want to disappear." I replied, "Then stay." But it was too late. He collapsed into static, another paragraph deleted. But not from hate, from curation. I didn't want him gone, I just couldn't be him. We all stared at the blade. It still vibrated, it still asked. Each Vel reached toward it, and stopped. Because we knew only one version would be allowed to finish, and that scared us more than anything. The knife that asks didn't want violence. It wanted narrative clarity. It whispered, "Only one Sarin Vel will remain." Another version shouted, "Why not none?" Another whispered, "Why not all?" But the breach pulsed, rejected that. There could be no plural resolution. There had to be one ending. I ran, not away, toward them, toward me. I tackled the one who had saved Domna. He punched back. We fell together. Another joined. Then another. It wasn't a fight. It was a storm of denial. Every version of me grappling for survival, all refusing to end. The breach flickered. Pages tore. Data bled. One by one, Vel after Vel was deleted, absorbed, erased, or rewritten into failure. The hive began to collapse around us. Not in fire, not in death, just overwritten, like someone replacing a final draft in real time. I stood, bleeding, shaking, alone. At least I thought I was. But one last version remained. Me. Different armor, no eyes, just scars where sight should have been. He walked slowly, each step erasing the ground behind him. He was the version that had seen the end, accepted it, delivered the final line, and lived. He said, "I am the ending." And I replied, "Then I'm the sequel you never wanted." We both raised the knife that asks, and it split. Two blades, one for each. No more questions, just choice. I lunged. So did he. But we didn't stab. We didn't strike. We just pressed the knives into our own chests, and time fractured, not forward, not backward, and just everywhere. And we both screamed. Let the story refuse us both. The breach exploded outward. Light swallowed memory. Sound became syntax. And then, silence. One Vel stood, only one. Breathing, real, final. Not yet, but more resolved than ever. Because he wasn't just Sarin Vel. He was what was left after every other self refused to finish. I was alone again. Alone and not. The air was heavy, not with pressure, with possibility. The breach hadn't closed, it folded into me. I wasn't infected. I was the last surviving host. Every version of Sarin Vel I'd ever been was gone, deleted, absorbed, erased, except one. And he wasn't standing across from me. He was inside, buried in the folds of memory. The final Vel, the one that always gave up, the one who always said yes to the ending. I could feel him breathing beneath my thoughts, waiting for me to blink, to relax, and to finish. The knife that asks had vanished. No more tools, no more relics, just choice. I found myself walking without direction, not in corridors anymore. There were no walls, no lights, no sky, just blankness, pure narrative neutral space, a holding zone for final scenes, and up ahead, a chair, a table, a mirror, and sitting across from it, me, but not any version. The one I had always been afraid of, the one who looked like me, sounded like me, felt like me, but was built entirely from acceptance. He smiled. Sit, let's stop pretending we're different. I didn't sit, he did. One leg crossed over the other, arms resting, not in threat, in assurance. Like the villain who already knows the end of the book. He said, "You did everything right. You resisted. You survived. You saw the breach. You faced the choir. You carried Domna longer than anyone thought possible." I said nothing. He leaned forward. "But now it's time to do what you've always done." "And what's that?" I asked. He smiled wider. "Finish." I circled the table. The mirror between us stayed blank. Didn't reflect either of us, because neither of us were fully there. He tapped the glass. "You see that? That's the one thing we still control. Reflection." I frowned. He continued, "It's not about ego. It's about recognition. That's why they fear memory. Why they broke names. Why Domna couldn't be allowed to exist unless she was compressed into code." He placed a hand on the glass. "And yet you keep remembering her." I said, "She matters." He nodded. "She does. But that's the problem, isn't it?" I stayed silent. He didn't. "She's the last tether. If you keep her, you never let go. You never let the story end. You never let yourself be free." I reached across the table, touched the mirror. It rippled, like water pretending to be glass. He stood, came closer. Now we were both on the same side, both facing the mirror. Still no reflection. He whispered, "One of us has to go." I said, "I know.